you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are.
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel it. Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel it. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search for you, stay lost. Search for you, stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too
again. So stick around. So stick around.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let go. I know you feel it. Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're lying close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let go. I know you feel it. Cause you'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are.
I need you again. So stick around. So stick around. I need you again. So stick around.
Yo, what's happening? What's happening? Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. How you guys doing? It's Monday. My birds are happy as hell today. They said good morning, good morning, good morning. You hear them in there? You hear them saying good morning? They got their little treats today. They're excited. Well, that and they had to listen to fucking BHB this morning. They're just, you know, they're feeling themselves. I had to give them a treat after that. I said, you guys sat and listened to this bitch with me. You have to have a treat now. So they're happy in there now. Shit, they're singing a fine tune. Shit. They got stuck listening to Betty this morning because we had to review some of her shit before we brought it to y'all. Oh man, they are not happy. They were not happy. Well, they are now. They got their treats now. But they were fucking traumatized there for about an hour. Good God, you guys. This case is another, seems like Summerwell's. The attacks on the parents, especially the mother. Oh my God. It has been really bad, you guys. Really bad. All right, what's going on, my dog snack dealer? You screaming at us in the chat. What's happening? What's going on, baby? Guys, let's jump into it. So there's been a rumor now. There's a rumor started. I don't know if you guys have heard it yet, but there's already a rumor started that there was a party at their house and they were possibly hungover and not paying attention to their kids. Are you fucking serious? So we already know it's began with the video after video after video. So let's jump right into it, y'all. So this is in the middle of her stream where she was talking about Seth being sued by Texana. We'll go back to that because I do want to touch on that. I do want to talk to y'all about that because has to do with Sebastian stuff. So we'll get back into that. Let me see, timestamp 38. Okay. So, anyways, here we go.
Search for Sebastian.
She starts in about the parents, which actually, you know what? I got to give her a little bit of credit, which I can't fucking stand this bitch. You guys know that. I said, why are you screaming at us? You're talking in all caps. So normally you don't do that, baby. I'm sorry. That's why I said, are you screaming at us? What's going on? Are you excited? Or you just didn't realize you were in all caps? Goodness sakes. They're really fucking pissed. They were really pissed. And now they're happy. I don't know if they're mad or if they're pissed or what. I got her back on, so I'm like, listen to him. He's like, don't fucking do it. Don't turn her back on. All right, I gave them their other treat. Thank God. Here we go.
Court hearings for me, but they have never gone one. They haven't done anything. Not one of anything. for these despicable people to hurt, in my opinion, to Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. You know that Tennessee knows exactly how to get to people. If people are truly missing, no matter what the terrain, they have the ability to get to them. They have the ability to find the ones that are lost and bring them home safely. So the ones that are out there, the ones that they can't get to, the ones that they can't find, there's more going on. And why can I say that? Because they can rescue. They know how.
Now, how much sense does Betty make? Yes, they can rescue if they know where they are. If they find them, they know where they are. Come on, man. This is ridiculous. Maggie says, I live 20 minutes away from them, and we're getting more information from American YouTubers than local news. Really, Maggie? Really? See, I figured you guys would be the first ones to know. Oh my, listen, some of these YouTubers, and I'm going to tell you this right now. A lot of these YouTubers, in my opinion, use these cases a lot of the times for clicks and views, and they say a lot of things that are not true. Hence why we're getting ready to go over Betty right now, talking about there was a party that they had some big elaborate party there, and possibly just listen to the shit she has to say. This is crazy as hell. She starts her shit already. And at first I was like, man, I got to give her some credit, because she's like, you know what? I'm going to wait. I'm not going to say anything about the parents yet. I'm going to wait. I'm going to reserve my judgment. I'm just going to wait. So I was like, okay, you know what? Maybe she's learned her lesson throughout the bullshit. You know what I mean? Through all these cases, she, instead of jumping directly to blaming the parents. No, listen.
Of recovery. So we know that the Tennessee website home, and they know how to rescue. Well, we have to think really long and hard about that, because Tennessee because there's more going on there than meets the eye. And typically it's somebody being hidden, in some way, shape, or form being hidden. Now, this is also interesting. I'm going to turn this over to Matt Thibodeau. He's very well known on TikTok. If you guys have a TikTok channel, please go up and hit him up. I believe
This is the same kid that pulled screenshots from our Discord and tried to upload them when we fucking trolled Betty. And it was funny as fuck.
may have a channel here on YouTube. I can't remember, but if he does, I need to sign up for. So if you ever see a channel from him on here, just let me know so I can sign up for him. But this is a pretty interesting perspective, and we haven't brought it up before either. And I think you guys need to listen. Did we miss something? It's possible.
Morning, everyone. So I was listening to a little bit of Primetime Buzz last night, and she brought up a really, really good point, a point that I had not thought of before. She mentions the fact that Katie Proudfoot got up on the morning of February 26, 2024 to get Sebastian up and ready for school. She said that she realized that he was not there. She checked all around the house, called out to him, and then got in her car and then drove around the neighborhood to go and look for him. Now, what's the issue with that? Take a listen.
We've included looking in closets, other side of the bed, all closets in the house, in and around the house, the bathroom, the kitchen. Never mentions the garage.
Now, a lot of people tend to believe that if Sebastian got home from the Texas Roadhouse on the night of February 25th, that the only way that he would have been able to get out of the house without triggering any Ring cameras, any lights, is if he was put in Katie's vehicle and brought somewhere else.
And here we go with the speculation with Sebastian's case. It's been going on for a long ass time now. All right, so let me get past this bullshit where she starts in with this with these parents here, because she goes right into it, right from this to that. So let's see here.
Magels. I don't even know if I'm saying that right. I'm sorry. I can say it Meganels, but I don't think that's what it is. Gosh, too. And more, she. One thing I think we can identify, at least in a lot of the counties that we were in Tennessee, I think it's getting.
Of course, Tennessee's corrupt, and everybody in Tennessee's corrupt, and that's her point for this. Anyways, keep it moving, Betty. Come on, fuck. She goes right into the kids. Right there, it is. I think that's the
that I've been trying to find out, because I've been trying to look for a way for them to get on that side of the house unobscured. Like they weren't really on a lot of cameras. You don't see anybody walking from the front of the house to the back. You see them kind of coming from that side and through the common area. And when you look over there, there is something there, but it's the crawl space, and it appears to be a large crawl space. But if it doesn't have access to the house, then that's not where they came from, and there may be another place that they came out of. So, anyways, that's what we have. So, or a potential sighting of him. That I'm very thankful that people are keeping an eye out, panned out when it comes to Sebastian Rogers. Was gone, just evaporated into air. And so I don't know too much about that, or how or why. But I just know that something doesn't seem right. And I don't believe that he walked out of the house without his shoes, without a jacket, or without any of his personal belongings, intentionally running away from home. I just don't see that being the case. All right, guys, we're going to be...
Right. So, no, I don't know how many people have said he intentionally ran from home, Betty. Nobody's ever said that, but that I'm aware of. I guess people did say he might have ran if he had to go stay with his dad, but that's a little different. I don't know.
Moving on to the next case, which is Lily.
All right, here we go. Finally, moving right the fuck along here.
Lily and Jack Sullivan. These are the two siblings out of Canada, Nova Canada, and they've been missing since May 2nd, and nobody knows what has. So we're going to start out with this Facebook post that I...
No, it's about Sebastian and these two kids. She kind of ties in both the cases together. She goes on about Sebastian and how corrupt Tennessee is and this, that, and the other. And that people, that the police have the resources to go find these children, and should just wait. She's going to intertwine the two. Just give me a few minutes here. Here it goes. Now, like I said, I thought I was gonna give her credit. I was like, okay, she's gonna wait. She said she's gonna wait to judge the parents. No.
That I found, talking about some stuff. Again, the stuff I'm reading on here, I cannot guarantee as being factual, but I do believe is interesting. And I wanted to share that with you. And that's this post here. And I got a couple posts that I'm going to be sharing with you this evening. And this is from Maritime Happenings. For context, here are aerial photos of the property that Lily 6 and Jack 4 were reported to have wandered off from, as their mother and her boyfriend slept on Friday morning of last week. There are 2 dwellings occupied on the property. The home that Daniel, mom, baby, Lily, and Jack occupy has a blue siding on the back and the fenced yard, white on one side facing the road. The silent sliding door that they reportedly left by is on the back of the house on the blue side. They also have chickens, so there's a coop with the enclosure, a camper trailer where Daniel's mother resides. Providing these photos for context, as there have been questions posted about the setup of the property and its proximity to the road. Okay, so here we go. And many of us have already seen these photos right here. And as you guys can see, here's the chicken coop that they said, the camper that is, I was hearing it was his brother, but it's his mother. I've been hearing his mother stays on the property. This whole backyard is fenced completely in. So it's making it very difficult. There's a close-up of the glass door. If you guys have not seen it, there's no telling how loud or smooth it opens. It doesn't look like it's well taken care of. So again, that's all I can say. I can't say anything about the sound of it. But there you go. And there's the proximity to the road. Now, I know there's got to be a post here somewhere because I remember reading it. Maybe it's this one. Okay, this one I really like. It kind of breaks down a few things. It's from this person called Corey DeWitt. I don't know who that is. Never met the person. Don't know if it's just somebody talking about the case or somebody that is like me. Here we go. Maybe I can get that a little bit better. Here we go. The disappearance of Lily and Jack Sullivan has spawned numerous unsubstantiated accounts. It is essential to rely solely on verified information and refrain from disseminating speculative content. A summary of circulating reports is provided below. Increased police presence. Unsubstantiated local reports indicate heightened police activity at the Sullivan residence, including additional vehicles, removal and search of the porch, and examination of the interior and beneath the home. Although these measures have not been officially confirmed, such investigative procedures are standard protocol as authorities pursue all leads. Parents' silence. It is believed that the children's mother has been advised against communicating with media and is maintaining a low profile. While not officially
I'm not really sure why people think that that's not normal. The police, especially after what's gone on with certain cases and certain people, have absolutely told the parents to stay off social media. Now, there's a stepfather that's involved. Okay, so before, now remember the narrative they spun with, Sebastian's case. Chris was terrible. He was a bad person. He was the stepdad, not their dad. Blah blah blah. Now, listen. This case, Now I heard that Evil Exists channel had said they're kind of more lean with the mom is guilty and the stepdad is, like the knight in shining armor right now. So also they said that the kid's dad is not in jail and he's not in prison. He is actually out and they doxed the ever living piss out of him. So yeah, that's all out there as well. So there we go for that. There's that. His criminal record, his numbers and all that, birthday. So I'm sure people will be reaching out in no time.
Fully confirmed, it is likely that both parents have been advised to refrain from public commentary during the ongoing investigations. Neighbors' claims. An anonymous source message widely shared alleges that a neighbor reported a high number of visitors on the property prior to the children's disappearance. The message claims the neighbor was unaware children resided there and suspected illicit activity. There are no evidence to corroborate the validity of this claim. It is crucial to differentiate between speculation and verified facts in sensitive cases like this. In order to maintain the integrity of the investigation and demonstrate respect for all parties involved, the focus should remain on locating Lily and Jack Sullivan and keeping their case active. And I agree with that. One of the things that we are going to talk.
Yeah, from my understanding, that's what they said. He was on house arrest, but that's a hell of a lot different than saying he's in prison or in jail.
Talk about is the fact that there is rumors of this party at their house. And one thing I did not take into consideration.
And here we repeating the rumors right here.
Rumors of this party at their house.
What party?
And
what party? When did this party take place? What the fuck is this?
Talk about is the fact that there is rumors of this party at their house.
There is rumors of this party at their house. So we don't know for sure, no confirmation. Just a rumor, But here, let's let her go into it here.
And one thing I did not take into consideration is how long Daniel and Malia, whatever her name is. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. I know I got it right. One of the other, it's one of the other. But how long they were hungover for, or out of commission, or in bed. Because, what if, like I said, I think it's the whole.
So here we go. Now. So now there was a party. Yeah, she literally just read. It was a rumor, so why keep it going? Oh, no, she's going to speculate on it. And now that's why they were sleeping, and that's why they were asleep, and that's... Yeah, with each case. I'm telling you, here she goes, right? Here she goes, planting the seeds. Here they are. Now they're partiers, and... Jeez, man. Jeez. It's the what if show. It's the what if. It's the speculation show with Betster.
The whole thing with the backpack has me kind of perplexed. I don't know if you guys have heard me, watched my show about.
Here we go with the fucking backpack. Oh my God. She had a backpack. She was a little girl carrying around a backpack. It's just, oh my God. So over the top. It's just so concerning.
This specific topic. And I find it really odd that Lily's backpack is missing. And I said that, especially if she was homesick and wasn't going to school that day, why would she be grabbing her backpack? And in this particular situation, somebody had brought up a post, and I'll get to it. I've got still several more posts that we're going to get to before we end the show. And one of them was questioning how long they were hungover, and, maybe Lily and Jack got up and were heading to school themselves and missed a bus and, got into a car with a perfect stranger thinking they were going to school.
You guys heard Rowena. You heard Rowena talking over here. You've been watching our fucking live stream. I know exactly what you heard. I remember Rowena saying it. So yeah, you heard Rowena talking about that, because that's exactly what Rowena said down to the fucking T. That is exactly what Rowena said. So Betty, what are you doing, dude? What are you doing? Why? What's up, Melissa? How are you, baby? This is fucking nuts, man. Sailor Purge Queen. Look at this. What? Wait, what? Gosh, dang, you guys. What is going on? I knew she was watching. We already know she watching, but god damn. Talk about parrot much?
Going to school and never made it to school, obviously, something along those lines. That could be probable, that could be possible, and it could be probable, a situation like that where the parents, but again, it really does. And I've said this when I brought up this house party once before. I said, we don't know if that, whether that's happened or not. We can't corroborate that. If anybody can, please reach out to bullhornbetty@gmail.com, bullhornbetty@gmail.com, because that will.
And be fucking careful emailing that bitch. If you think you're going to, be very careful. Sherry says, I hope you have a good Mother's Day. Thank you, Miss Sherry, for the $5 super sticker. Hellcat, thank you for becoming a new member. Candy Rapper 420. Flippity flop. When is her alligator mouth gonna stop? Shit, baby, I don't think it's going to. I really do not think it's going to.
That will give us some insight on the possibility of a third party being around, whether or not it happened one day or the other. It could be a situation where the mom and the stepdad thought they were in the house, maybe heard some things because of the cold weather, the hot weather. In wood houses, things have a tendency of making noises. It just does. It could be a situation where they thought they were there and they were not there. That's a concern for me as well, because we're hearing that there were substances found inside the home. So we know that there is a possibility, that there is a strong probability.
Wait, what? Now we heard there's fucking substances found in the house? Where? Where the fuck did that? Can somebody tell me where that was heard? Can anybody tell me who the fuck said this? Where's the source to that? Who told you? Who even are you right now? Wait a fucking minute. Hold on. Maggie M. There were no substances found in the home. Where is she getting this from? Who said this? Where the fuck did she come up with that? Because holy fuck. Where's the receipts? Need to know what the hell. What's up, Shauna? What happened? Live chat reminder. That's right, Montana. Put it on the live chat. Holy hell. Hold on, dude. Where'd you hear this at, Melissa? Where'd you hear this? I heard paraphernalia. Hold on. I heard paraphernalia was found in the home, but not a substance that could be anything. So was it like a marijuana bowl or something? Like where did you hear this at? Some rando on Facebook said that, and he immediately asked for a drug test. What? Of course, these fucking Facebook groups. What's up, small town girl?
Hey, what's up?
My God.
Oh.
Here we go. Now there was a party. Now there's substances and drugs found, allegedly. Oh, my God. Well, Betty, tell us all about it.
Probability that both of these parents, at minimum one or the other, utilized some type of substance. So depending on what type of substance it was, how hungover would they have been, and would they have slept through an entire day and didn't realize they slept through an entire day? That's the point I'm trying to make. And Simply Stranger, I've been following Simply Stranger for a little while on X.
Oh, goody.
And just ask.
Oh, goody. Let's see what they got to say. I don't quite understand how they know what the children were wearing if they got up to attend to them before they left the house. Well, once again, they probably fucking dressed them. I mean, if not, I could only imagine that grandma or someone, uncle, I don't know, seen them outside, seen them before they went outside, seen them that morning. She said she was kind of in and out of a sleep. Who really knows? I mean, like I said, grandma in the back trailer could have fucking seen them outside playing, and then all of a sudden, poof, they're gone. But that doesn't mean she didn't see what they were wearing.
And doesn't the brother live in that trailer too?
Yeah. So he very well could have seen. The police just started saying, so. But here we go with the questions. They got questions we got answers, so.
Just ask certain questions and make certain points. And this one says, I don't quite understand how they know what the children were wearing if they never got up to attend to them before.
How do you know they didn't have pictures the night before before they went to sleep or something, you know, from doing something cute or whatever, and they had pictures of him before, you know, from that night. I mean, how do you know? You don't.
Before they left the house. And, again, it does come back to how we feel about this case. And it really does come back to these weird oddities and statements that the parents are making that make us question their truthfulness. And it's for simple facts just like this. How can you say that you didn't see them? You didn't get up, you were tending to your toddler, your 16-month-old child in the room while you were in bed. And, in the same sense, turn around.
Hold on, I just seen a question fly through here. Shauna here says, why did mom bail only to update her Facebook to single? Well, I mean, I can only imagine she's probably very upset, shocked, angry, hurt. And then not only that, do they have a fight, which I'm sure everything is stressful right now. And I'm sure they're blaming each other. I mean, could you imagine why didn't you get up? And he could say, why didn't you get up? And she'd say, oh, well, why didn't you get up? I was already in a half asleep. Well, now look, the kids are gone, and blaming each other. And
Well,
his mother, which she's the property owner, told her to leave and asked her to leave the property. I'm sure she was probably really fucking angry and upset. I would be upset too if I was asked to leave the fucking property where my children went missing as well.
Right, that's what I was going to say.
I would be madder than fuck. Fucking single, right? All fucking a right fucking single. Fuck you. Fuck all you. I'd be fucking hot. You hear me? I'd probably pitch a fucking tent across the goddamn street. What else is she gonna do? Where else is she gonna go but with her fucking family, her parents, her family? I mean, where else would you, if you got kicked out, what would you do?
I don't even know.
Shit. I don't know
can't
what I
put
would do either.
myself.
Really, I can't even. I'd be so goddamn pissed off. Oh, fuck, I'd be mad.
Yeah, I can't even put myself in that situation to say what I would do because there's no telling.
Yeah, so Betty bedsore. That's right. She'll never get out of that bed. I'm surprised she's out of the bed now. Well, I mean, but baby, what do you mean you wouldn't leave? What do you mean? So they're telling you to leave. The police come, and the police tell you have to leave. Then what? Then what are you gonna do? I mean, then what?
Yeah, you leave or go to jail.
Right. I mean, the police were already, I think, in and out of there already. You know what I mean? So,
Because if it's not her property and they're telling her to leave, she could be arrested for trespassing.
I don't know. This is rough, man.
Turn around and say exactly what door they walked out of and that they were playing in the backyard and that they disappeared with XYZ. Like, how do they know that if they never tended to the children that morning? That's their statement. They've never tended to the children that morning. The children were in there. They heard them speaking. They heard them moving about, and they fell back asleep. And when they woke up, there was no noise in the house like the kids were playing. They got up. They frantically looked, and the children.
Right, because toddlers, if you got two toddlers playing and you know they're up to no damn good. You know they're up to no good. You just know.
And I saw in chat somebody said that they'd catch a charge, but what good is that going to do? Because then you're still forced to leave the property because now you're in jail and you've got all kinds of legal expenses on top of your children missing. So, I mean, what does that accomplish? Yeah, I heard that too, Sharon. And I also heard, well, I don't know. I'm not going to say it because it's just a rumor.
All right, here we go.
And the children were gone. So how did they know what they were wearing or what they took with them? It's a legitimate question to ask. But again, it doesn't speak to any specific, situation, because if it comes down to a house party being there, that opens the door to more possibilities. So I'm very eager to find out if this party did in fact happen. So again, if you know, bullhornbetty@gmail.com, bullhornbetty@gmail.com.
Hold on, somebody said CPS something. Hold on, let me see this. CPS didn't tell mom to leave. Stepdad's mom told her to leave. Yeah, Cherry Pie, that's from my understanding. Yeah. Yeah. The stepdad's mother is the one who asked her to leave.
Yeah, and I heard that if the mother didn't leave, then they were going to call CPS, is what I've heard on that part. So.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. And yeah, please do not email Willow Blossom. I'm so glad you said that. Thank you for the reminder. Please do not email any YouTubers tips. Please send them directly to the police department.
To Canada. I just reviewed everything that's been released so far about this case, and there's still so much that doesn't add up and so many red flags. I wrote down a list of questions that I have, and I'm going to read them to you because I'm sure a lot of you have the exact same questions. 1, where do they work? Because both of them were apparently still in bed at 10 o'clock on a Friday morning. Do they not have jobs, or were they just both off that day? 2, they said the kids didn't go to school on Thursday. Lily was sick. She had a cough. Did they not set an alarm on Friday morning to check and see if she was well enough that she could go?
Back it up, Terry Lynn. Back it the fuck up. Let's answer these questions as we go, okay? Let's do that.
Gmail.com.
Okay, here we go.
I just reviewed everything that's been released so far about this case, and there's still so much that doesn't add up and so many red flags. I wrote down a list of questions that I have.
Of course, there's so many red flags. Of fucking course there is.
And I'm going to read them to you because I'm sure a lot of you have the exact same questions. 1, where do they work? Because both of them were apparently still in bed at 10 o'clock on a Friday morning. Do they not have jobs, or were they just both off that day?
You're an idiot, Betty. I swear to God. They've said that the mom stays at home with the kids and the stepdad works, but he's only been working 1 day a week.
Do people listen? No. Do they comprehend shit when they do, when it is said? No. Yeah, McKenna, this is starting to feel like Summer Wells, which I hate to say. Oh, absolutely it is. Absolutely it is. They've been compared to the Wells, and they have also been compared to the Proudfoots, which Betty now calls the Sourfoots or some other fucking dumbass shit that she made up. I've learned from you guys, Queen Bee, is not to jump the gun when it comes to these cases. Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's wise we sit back and watch, and I'm not saying they're innocent. I'm not saying that both these parents are innocent. I don't know. I really have no idea. None of us really know. But what I can say is I think it's horse shit that the first thing people do is jump on mom and dad are guilty, they're murderers. That's it. They did it. Like, there's so many other things that could have happened, and there's so many other scenarios and things that, we've seen happen. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Yeah, here we go.
2, they said the kids didn't go to school on Thursday. Lily was sick. She had a cough. Did they not set an alarm on Friday morning to check and see if she was well enough that she could go to school?
Well, most schools will say if you have a cough or due to the vid, the COVID, if you have a cough or a temperature, if you're not supposed to come in for 24 hours. So no, if she was sick Thursday, they were going to consider it to keep her out Friday. That's how it works here. I don't know how it works in Canada. I don't know if that's the way they do things there, but here, if your child has a, cough and is sick or has a temperature, you keep them out for at least 24 hours. Yeah, 24 hours for cough-free and fever-free. Yeah, that's how it is here. So I don't know if they do it differently there. They might do it differently there. I don't know. But here, If she was sick Thursday, obviously Friday's out the question. She's not going Friday.
If she was better, then why didn't she go to school? And if she wasn't better, then why didn't somebody get out of bed to take care of her? 3, if she was still sick, would she really want to play, especially outside?
Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Will kids get up and play when they're sick? Abso-fucking-lutely they will. Will kids get up and want to go outside when they're sick? Oh, abso-fucking-lutely they will. Hell yeah. Hell motherfucking yeah, they will.
Yeah, kids acting sick is way different than an adult acting sick.
Right. And don't get me wrong, when a kid is like really, really, really sick, they'll stay in bed. I get that. But sometimes when kids are just runny nose, cough, not feeling, hot, they start to feel better, or they have a streak where they are feeling better, they definitely will. Oh yeah, fuck yeah, they'll play. Hey Maggie, how are you, baby?
I'm good. So I live about 20 minutes from these guys. I can answer some basic questions for you, like how far they live from stuff, what local neighborhoods are like kind of what our system works like.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
But I don't know them personally. I know of them. We're a really small county. We kind of know all of each other in some way. The elementary school the kids go to is my husband's elementary school. Like, we're that close.
Gotcha. Okay, so how does it work there for the schools? Like, if they have a fever or cough, are they allowed to go back the next day, or is it 24
After
hours?
COVID, if your kid is coughing harshly at school, they'll call you to come get them.
Right, and so that's how it is here. I just didn't know if it was the same there. So basically, when she says, why didn't they go to school? And then also, if she is feeling better, I mean, she's like, why would they be playing? Would they play? Yes, kids play. Absolutely, they play. Especially, I mean,
they go to one of the smallest. They go to one of the smallest elementary schools in the county too. Like, everybody in that area knows everybody. So it would be nothing for a teacher to call up and say like, hey, Daniel, come grab these kids. They're coughing really hard. Also, when we report a kid absent, we do it on an app. Like, we just text in, kid's going to be sick today.
Oh, so that parent doesn't actually have to physically call the school. They can do it on an app.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, see, and I wasn't aware of that either. I didn't know that you could use an app. We always have to call in here. You have to make contact with somebody, and when you pick your child up, you have to use the driver's license or identification to have them leave, even if they know you.
Yeah, see, there's 86 kids in their school. They don't need ID and all that stuff. Like, that was the school Daniel would have gone to as a child.
God. Okay, so they know him then. So they know Daniel very well. I mean, he grew up in the same town.
In that house, in that trailer. That's his childhood home.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So mom has lived there. His mother has lived there for a very long time then as well.
Yes.
So when she asked her to leave, it was like, you need to leave. Mom's asking you to leave. Yeah.
And she didn't go far. Like, the mom's only about 25, 30 minutes away.
Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know. See, that's good information to know, because they're making it sound like she done went miles or, states over or something.
She's just from the next county over. She's from Colchester County.
That's so good to know.
Malaya's not from here, from Pictou County. She's from Colchester County. But Daniel grew up here.
Oh, okay. And is the cell service around that area good, decent?
No, cell service would be kind of crap, but Wi-Fi would work just fine.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Like, my mom lives way out in the woods, and she's got just fine Wi-Fi, but no cell service. Now, you can still call 911 from a phone without cell service, just so everyone knows.
Right, right.
Also, just for those who want to Google search stuff, type in Pictou County, not Pictou, because Pictou is a town in Pictou County.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
When you're Google searching stuff for around here and you type in Pictou, Nova Scotia, you're going to get stuff about the town of Pictou. And someone on another YouTube was saying, like, we're an island. No, that's Pictou Island. There's only like 12 houses on it. You have to put Pictou County to get like a broader search. Like, these guys live out in the country. They're rural. So the closest town to them is Westville.
Oh, okay. And do you know how?
Now, see, when I look that up, this is what pops up. And the first thing when you go down, this is the image right here. Two missing children in Lansdowne Station. It pops right up. Pops. They pop right up when you type
Station is
that
like
in.
a rural area. Like the closest town to them would be Westville.
Gotcha. All right. Well, here she got another question. Let's see if we can answer
hold
it.
on 1 second. Sorry. So if
Okay.
you don't update your child's absence like on that app by like a certain time, then does the school call you about your child being out or
No, not so. If Thursday they called them and reported them absent, then the next day, if the kids didn't show up, the school's going to assume that they're still sick. You'll get an email and a text message and a phone call at 5 p.m. to let you know your child was absent from school.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But
We
like
ready, baby?
this Betty. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. Go ahead, baby. Go ahead. I just didn't want to be rude. Go ahead.
This Betty lady, she's really aggressive. And talking about the party. Daniel's a backyard mechanic, so already there's 4 adults with 4 vehicles on the car. If 1 or 2 friends come over, that's 2 other cars. If someone else stopped by, that's another car. And remember, they're not in walking distance from anyone. Like nobody's walking over to their house to hang out. If you're going to see them, you're going by a vehicle. So having 6 or 8 cars in your yard, it's not unheard of out in that area. Like it's not like they live on a main street where you can just strut over to their house to hang out. Like you have to drive to them.
Right.
So
Now, is there a lot of traffic on that road?
Yes, but it would be local traffic or like bigger trucks, like logging trucks. It's the old highway, so it's not really used anymore. It's used to get from one place to another quick, kind of, but mostly locals drive it.
Okay. And so if there's like 6 or 8 cars in the driveway, that wouldn't necessarily mean a party. That would just mean that
No.
they could have, 4 people over.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if they say they found paraphernalia on the property, pot is legal here. We can have rolling papers, like bongs, all kinds of stuff. Most people wouldn't smoke it in front of their children, but it could be something like that. It doesn't necessarily mean we go right to meth. Like paraphernalia is claimed as anything drug related, and it's legal for us to have marijuana.
Right. And I don't think that they have specified what type of paraphernalia, right?
Right. So it could very well have been 2 bongs and a pot pipe, you know what I mean? Maybe some rolling papers or something. It doesn't
Yeah, I was
necessarily
gonna say,
mean
I'm a
it's hard drugs.
smoker. I'm a smoker as well, so they can consider anything paraphernalia with that, with like a
Yeah.
bowl or
And
papers
it
or
would
something.
explain why he wasn't immediately charged with drug possession, because if it was just pot stuff, they're going to be like, hey, man, keep that away from your kids, but nobody's going to say anything about it. If they found meth on his possession, they would have arrested him immediately.
Or if they would have found anything other than like marijuana paraphernalia, they probably would have arrested someone, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay, here. Well, and just I'm not even sure if you know who Betty is. There was another missing child's case that she was involved in, and the parents and grandparents have order protections placed against her. She actually
She's
just
that one
went
that yells
to
and screams all the time, right? She's
that's
yeah,
Bullhorn Betty.
Yeah.
And she has went and stood outside of another child's house of another child. It was awful. So if you Google her, you can even YouTube. She's filed a frivolous lawsuit against me for exposing her for the shit she's done, but let her tell it. And I'm a horrible person. I've done
She should be
horrible
careful
things.
though. We have very different laws in Canada. So 5 years ago, in Colchester County, there was I think he was like 3 or 4. He went missing, vanished out of his yard. And there was a woman that started a Facebook group that just trashed the parents. The parents sued and won. They sued the Facebook group creator and someone else with her for defamation, and they won their case.
Wow.
Good. That's a good thing. So that's a good thing. I hope she's very careful with this case, unlike the others she's been involved in.
And do you know how far away or how close is like a body of water to their residence?
Everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah, like I see the oh, I shouldn't laugh. I'm so sorry. That's rude. But there's a lot of psychics that are like, I see them near water. Yes, we're a peninsula. We have water all around us. There's creeks, there's brooks, there's
Well, yeah, we looked up
lakes.
we looked up where they live. There's like 3 or 4 little lakes and ponds right there.
Yeah,
mean,
and Garlock Lake is huge. And there was Lorda Park. That was a park for people with disabilities. It's been shut down since Fiona, the hurricane, but it had a huge pond in it. Like, there's water everywhere.
Wow.
Yeah, see what Body Moving's saying? It is really hard in Canada to get any information out, especially with minors. Like, they won't tell you a bloody thing. Even law enforcement, they won't make another press conference until they're pushed, and they have to do it.
well, that evil exists seemed to get her hands on information there and had the dad's name and record and everything.
Cody Sullivan, yeah, see, if it's something like that, you can probably find out. He robbed someone on Marketplace.
Yeah, and so that I think it was probably on Facebook too as well.
Yeah, that's kind of going to be a catch and release situation. They're going to tell him, don't do it again. Like, he probably won't do any time for something like that. But that's his only thing on his record.
Wow. And see, they haven't made out to like he's he's been in prison. He's a horrible person. This is just awful. Why hasn't he spoken out?
Yeah, and see, there's a difference. The way we speak, there's a difference between jail and prison. Prison is 3 years plus a day. Jail is 2 years less a day. Like, so if you could go to jail for a week or something, that's not a big deal. That'd be local. But
yeah, that's jail here too. Prison is like long. You don't just go to prison for a small charge. It's not.
Yeah, and so we really do catch and release quite often. Like, it has to be serious for you to get put in jail.
And see, that's how Illinois is. There's you go in, get your ticket, and leave. They don't keep you. Very rarely do they keep you unless it's like something major.
Yeah. And it's a little odd to me, like, with all these crazy speculations, nobody's talking about the prison that's just up the road. Like, who's been released lately? Is there anyone new having been come out? Nobody mentioned it once.
No, because listen, they go straight for the parents. That deceptive detective or whatever, that's exactly what he did. He went straight for the parents. That's exactly what a lot of these creators will do. They will go right for the parents. They don't think outside the box. They don't think about people who, like you said, the prison's down the road. They're right by a highway. He's a backyard mechanic. Who's been over there? Has there been anybody over there getting their car worked on that would have seen these kids that could have, you know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know. There's so many different things.
That the police would tell everyone involved immediately not to say a word.
Yeah, and they think that this is unheard of. And I mean, I would tell them not to come to social media at all. I think other parents that have experienced what social media has done to them and their families, I think they would probably say the same. Don't come to social media. Do not come to social media.
Yeah, I mean, because just look how they're already trying to tear the mom apart by just saying she logged into social media long enough to change her status. Like, because of that, she's guilty. Like,
Yeah, no, she would have been told not to go on there.
Well, yeah, and
Now,
because they told her not to go on there, she's guilty. Because she left the home, she's guilty. Because you know what I'm saying? Like it's insane to me that they do this. This is why we're here. This is why we steadily say this, to help people keep an open mind instead of directly blaming the parents.
right.
We've seen
And
this over
Donnell,
and over and over again.
the mom, how did the mother know they played outside if she didn't hear the sliding door? There's a whole nother residence right behind them that could have seen the kids outside playing and told them that they were out there playing, and that's how they know. Doesn't mean that the parents are guilty because of that.
yeah, the only thing I found weird was if she's in bed with baby, fine. But why didn't Daniel get up with the children? That part is what's weird for everyone locally. That was the only thing we found very strange was one of them should have been with the children. And at the very beginning of this, bad rumors started. Cody's sister went online and said the kids are autistic and nonverbal. But then one of their teachers came online and said that's not true. Then the mom had to come on and say that's not true. They're not nonverbal, they're not autistic, and I don't think they're old enough to have been able to get in to get a diagnosis for that yet.
No, but I think the mom did state in an interview that the kids were autistic or something like that.
They're suspected to be on the spectrum, but
Oh, okay.
yeah, like
Yeah, I mean, and I've said it before and I'll say it again. Like, unless you've been involved in a traumatic situation, like, you don't know how you will act or what you will do. Like, to say that you would never get online, to change your status or something like that. Like, you don't know that because,
she is a younger mom, like she's under 30. So social media is probably her go-to.
Well, yeah, not only that though, her whole fucking life has been flipped upside down. She was living life with her 3 kids and her boyfriend in their home, living life. And then boom, all of a sudden world is flipped upside down. Her 2 kids go missing. She's kicked out of the home. She's being talked about on social media. Rumors are fucking flying. Obviously people are saying things and we know how the death threats roll in and you're guilty this and you did that. And drugs, allegedly they're saying the drugs are involved. And we've seen this happen over and over and over again.
yeah. And I mean, and it's crazy because,
People
like,
will judge for everything she does. It doesn't matter. They will judge no matter what she does.
right. And, like, going back, to what I was saying about the traumatic experience, I mean, a lot of people know my husband passed unexpectedly. I did CPR on him, all this stuff. I couldn't save him. And to this day, yesterday was yesterday was his death anniversary. And to this day, I still have not got out on Facebook and changed my status to widowed because it's just not something that I think about. So, like I said, everybody reacts different in those types of situations. And so I can't say that a parent's guilty because they went out and changed their Facebook status. Like, that just doesn't.
Yeah, it's very, very odd what people base their assumptions on the parents being guilty. Or they say, oh, well, they talked about him in past tense. So, you know what? Their mind's going a million miles a minute. I'm sure they probably aren't focused on what word should I use so that I don't make it sound like it's past tense. Like they just don't think about those kind of things. You know what I'm saying? They don't.
Well, right. And,
Shauna
like,
says
if you,
not sure she's guilty. I couldn't be away. Well, she said she's only about 20 minutes away from where she was.
yeah.
And she may want to be with her mom. not her boyfriend's mom, or so maybe she wants that support. She also still has a baby.
Right. She's got a 16-month-old baby, and so she's still dealing with that while she's dealing with her kids missing, while she's fighting with her significant other. And I don't even know that they're fighting, but I mean, obviously there's I can only imagine them. I can only imagine, the blame game. Why didn't you get up with them? Get up with them. I should have got up with them. I mean, because you feel guilty. You feel that guilt. You're a mother.
Well,
Those are your
and the
babies.
stepdad did do in one of his interviews or whatever, like he said that, his family's blaming her family's blaming him.
Right.
So I mean, there
Right.
is a lot of that is going around, which is quite normal, in a situation where you don't know where two young kids are. But it doesn't mean that either one of them are guilty.
Yeah, it's tough. Okay, here we go with some more questions. She's going to shoot off a couple more. Another good point. So obviously it was in the morning time, and mom and Daniel, they were still half asleep. I'm sure the baby was probably asleep, and the two little ones um, obviously were playing. Maybe they weren't hungry. Maybe they didn't want to eat right then. We don't know. You have no idea. Maybe they ate before. Maybe they got themselves something or got a breakfast bar or something. We don't know.
Also, we let our children play outside.
Yeah, we
We've
do
not
too.
had this happen in years. Like, this isn't normal for around here. Like, we just, especially in a rural area, yeah, your kids play outside. Sometimes you're not out there with them, but they usually stay within their area. Like, there's kids all over the place here. We don't tend to keep them all locked up all the time.
Right. Right. B still says Queen Bee, when my son was missing and the news came to interview us, I smiled at the newscaster and she told me not to smile. I was terrified. I didn't know what I was doing. And you know what? I'm so sorry, B still. That's really sad. You just try to smile to show a kind gesture to the person and they're like, no, don't smile. Dear God, don't smile. If they see you do that, oh my God, they're going to think you did something terrible. That's awful, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, and I mean, and think of how many cases of missing kids have gone into an absolute shit show because parents or family members have gone to social media. Like, so you can't blame people for not going to social media.
Jason Ealer is the father of Dylan Ealer. Dylan Ealer went missing 5 years ago in Truro, like 40 minutes from here. He went to social media. He's still all over social media, and he gets attacked daily.
Yeah.
Like, he begged everybody everywhere to help him search for his son, and people just destroyed him.
Yeah. Yeah. It's awful. It's awful. Social media, and I have said it before over and over and over again, and I'll say it again now, it's the belly of the beast. People come here because they want to find their children. They think putting it out on social media, that's a good idea. I will go out there. I will say what I can say. I'll jump on every single panel. I'll say everything I can say. And they're going to believe me because I've never lied. I'm not lying. I've never lied. This is my kid. To only be ate the fuck up and called a liar. And everything they say is held against them or twisted and turned into something it shouldn't be.
And someone had said it's taking so long for this dog or the cadaver dog. We don't have those service locally. Like, we'd have to get that stuff brought in because, again, this doesn't happen around here.
Yeah, and I think in an interview, the stepdad, even said that he wanted to have a lie detector test done, but they don't do those there, so they would have to bring it in to have it done.
Yeah. And
All right, they said we didn't have sound. Oh, I'm sorry.
Things are done in districts here too. Like, there was a young fellow that went missing in the lake just like a day or two before this, and they had to get a different fire department to come in with a boat because the local one didn't have one.
And they said they checked the lake, that they searched the lake, that they went through the lake.
Yeah, there's 2 local lakes that they went through.
All right, I'm not sure who didn't have sound, but this is, I think, where we left off.
It's Lily, who is 6, Jack, who is 4, and their daughter, who is 18 months old. Did nobody get up and feed these kids breakfast?
Not a good point.
5, they have made mention of what the kids would have been wearing that morning. Did they help them get dressed, or did these little kids dress themselves? 6, if they were really asleep, then how do they know the kids went out the back door to play? How do they know they didn't go out the front, in case you missed?
Well, I would go out on a limb and say the front door possibly made a noise or could have been locked. They said the back door, the sliding glass door, is the door that they couldn't hear when it was opened or closed.
He's in the middle of building a new deck on the front door as well, so it might not have access to it.
There you go. So now that people know, okay, there we go. He's building a deck on the front. Obviously, there could have been no access to the front, which is why they immediately said the sliding glass doors.
And his mom and brother live behind them, so they could have seen them come out the back door, and that's another reason how they may know that they went out the back door.
And possibly what they were wearing. I mean, if they seen them outside, I seen them outside, they came out and then they went back inside, and I went back inside and I didn't see them again. But when I did, they were wearing blue boots and a gray sweatsuit, and the other one was wearing what, you know what I mean? That's how easy that could have been to know what they were wearing, or to have taken a picture of them the night before, doing something cute or whatever. We don't know. We don't know.
In case you missed it the other day, this is a picture of the back sliding door. And as you can see, there's actually 2 doors in the back. So how do they know they went out the slider and not that one over there? Or the front of the house? The mom specifically said they went out the back sliding door to play, but they were unaware of it at the time. How do they know it was that door? Especially.
Well, again, like this local here just said, and you are local, you said 20 minutes, Maggie?
Yeah, I'm about 20 minutes from them.
So the deck is, being built and stuff. He's not lying about that.
Yeah, you can see in some of the pictures, like, there's a bunch of stuff, and see, like, there's no deck on it. It's like being rebuilt.
Gotcha. Okay.
And someone also sorry.
No, you're fine. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Someone keeps mentioning, like, our garbage pickup days and stuff. We have super strict, like, recycling laws and stuff, and we only have 1 dump for the whole county. So when your garbage gets collected, we get 1 black bag and 4 clear bags and a compost bin. That's it. That's all you're allowed to put out. If it's too heavy for the garbage bin to pick up, they'll put an orange sticker on it and leave it at the end of your driveway. So they're not in the garbage, just so everyone knows.
Good. See, these are all things that we, like, facts that we need to combat rumors. So it's very helpful. This information is very helpful. Here we go.
When the kids would go out that door, they would always leave it open, and he'd have to remind them to close it. But this time, it was closed. So what makes her think they went out that door?
Good point.
7, if they truly believe the kids were abducted, why are neither of them on TV begging and pleading for their safe return?
Another good point.
They have been. They have been.
See, a lot of people say, like, abduction, but I don't understand how 4 adults being on a property wouldn't notice someone on their property.
Right.
Like, you'd have to drive up to their house to get to it. Nobody's walking by. Like, there's nothing to walk from or to. It's way out there.
Right.
Well, and my thought on that is just that I think it was said somewhere that the last scent or something was like at the end of their driveway. So maybe that, they had walked to the end of the driveway like they were going to school. And then maybe, someone could have picked them up, like very well, like you had said, someone could have just been released, from that prison and did something bad. Like,
it was a school day. So, like, just driving by, they just 1 in a million chance that happened that 2 small children were standing at the end of the driveway. They slowed down, opened car doors, put children in a car, closed car doors, and drove away. Nobody heard that happen. Like, if a car stops in front of your house in the country, it's there.
Right.
Right? And then the scent ending at the end of the driveway. Why would the children ever walk on that road? Where would they be walking to? There's nothing around them to walk to. They would always be taken off the property in a vehicle. So obviously their scent would stop at the end of the driveway. It wouldn't be anywhere else because they never walk anywhere else.
Yeah, see, it was said, and I even said it too, I think, with could they have been abducted if they went through the woods and walked up to the road, or if they got lost and walked up to the road. And then we looked at the maps and seen that the neighbor was like way, way, way far down there. So there was like really nobody around out there at all. But then again, there was another case here that we covered that a stepmom and her daughter got into a fight, blowout. They had an argument, and the little girl was walking down the driveway, and a UPS truck had happened to pull up to drop something off out there. It was out in the country in the middle of nowhere, and he actually abducted her and sexually assaulted her, murdered her, and then dropped her off in one of the lakes, like the little ponds. And he ended up, they did end up, arresting him, and he told them where she was eventually. But yeah, it
Wasn't
happened.
that the FedEx driver?
Yeah, that was the FedEx driver. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and see, they do get deliveries out there, so anything is possible. But again, they would hear someone in the yard. Like they'd have to drop the package off, take the picture, go back to their car, send the picture.
People keep asking who you are, so I put a local to Lily, and Jack Sullivan is on panel, so that's that they know who you are answering questions.
Thank you.
Hopefully, and they said, are there wild animals out there? Could they have been?
There's coyotes and bears. Bears are very unlikely. They're pretty far out in the woods. Coyotes, it's mating season, so they're probably not hanging around near any strong smells.
Right. Also, they said there's a lot of like tree houses and forts that they built out in the woods for them for the kids. Did they check all of those? Do you know? Are you aware? Or...
They most likely would have. Like they did say that they asked Daniel where all his fishing spots are and if he's got any like tree stands or anything for hunting. He told them all that, so they would have checked all of those things. Like yesterday, someone on a Facebook group said, "Did they check the RV?" Obviously, yes.
Yeah, and then they said they went back and pulled off the bottom part of the trailer, the
skirting.
Yes, and they looked under there as well. I did see somebody was accusing his brother who lives in the back trailer with his mother.
So people got a little confused. There's a Ralph Martel and a Justin Martel.
Okay.
And Ralph Martel is the one with the criminal record. He's not the one that lives on the property. Justin.
Gotcha. Justin is the one that lives there. Gotcha.
Good point. Why on earth would the mother have left to go stay with family in a different county in the province? The stepfather has stayed back. He's doing all the interviews, but nobody has seen anything from her since that very first interview. People are saying that she left because she was told to, and that she's not talking to anybody because she was advised not to, which honestly doesn't make any sense to me. This isn't a criminal investigation. It's not like she's scared to talk because anything she says can or will be used against her. And I don't know about you, but if my children were missing, especially...
Oh, bullshit. Oh, bullshit. Everything she says will be used against her, twisted, turned, and fucking bullshit. We've seen that happen over and over again, and you know that just as well as we do. Stop that. You stop that right now. Talking about that it's not going to be used against her. Horse shit. Everything they say is going to be used against them, no matter what they say.
Well, yeah, and that's why Betty and all them are screaming for this lady to do an interview so they can rip her apart.
Yep, just like with Katie. They were so fucking mad when Katie wouldn't come out and interview and do, and talk and stuff. And it's probably a good thing she's not, truth be told. It's ridiculous to me. It's just Betty knows this too. I don't know why she's sitting here acting like. I guess I do know why. Clicks and views. These kids are going to be the new cash cows. That's exactly what's going to go on right now. But like I said, I'm so glad we have a local up here to combat the rumors, because right now it'll help us to be able to, slow them down a little bit.
And the
Especially
cash
if I
cow
thought they
thing
were
is
abducted.
weird. We don't make money in Canada off TikTok.
No. What I mean is, when I say cash cow, what I mean is they are taking these names, these kids' names right now, and using them in their titles and in their videos to get views. Because right now, the views on these kids are going through the roof. Let me show you.
I was shocked how many YouTubers are covering this case.
Oh, yeah, because look at this. Here, I'm going to show you right now. Here, this is a channel called Evil Exists, right? They did 19 videos in 3 days. 3 days, 19 videos. Well, I see they're either putting them on members only, or I guess they're not deleting them now. Well, they are. Okay, so I thought they were here. So here it starts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, and she did these two 6 hours ago, 21 hours ago. Now check these views out. 18K, 27K, 57,000, 16,000, 23,000, 61,000, 14, 115,000 views on this one right here. Shocking new clues. Jack and Lily. Grandma gives another version of events. Lily and Grandma. Dispatch audio released. Unseen pictures. Jack and Lily Sullivan property. This info proves foul play. Jack and Lily Sullivan.
The dispatch
Mom,
thing is kind of weird because they're only going to hear the public channel.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like they're just here we go with the Cody Lee Sullivan stuff. Permission denied. New info. Baby's in CPS custody? Question mark. No, she's with her mother.
Yeah, and it probably would have been just a precaution. Like, so they would have asked mom to come to Children's Aid office, let Daniel see the baby. But if
they denied him and told him no, so allegedly.
Yeah, so if they weren't able to set up a meeting that day, that may be why they told him no. Like if a worker wasn't available. Remember,
right,
we
but
only have
they don't
like
put that in
20
there.
Children's Aid workers. We have one Children's Aid office for the entire county and maybe 20 or 30 social workers. But because everyone knows most people in this county, during the press conference, you can see one of the Children's Aid workers standing there. So they are present. But unless there's evidence of severe neglect or abuse, they don't really have a reason to become involved. Like we don't just, Children's Aid doesn't come to your house because someone called and made an accusation. They need proof around here. They need something. And 2 missing children, yeah, Children's Aid will probably stop by and ask you what's going on.
Yeah, it's they use these kids' names to make money. When I say cash cow, I mean they make thousands and thousands of dollars off views every day off these kids' names. So that's one of the girls. Her name was Molly. She said, "Yeah, Summer Wells was their cash cow," and we call them. We used to call them tragedy pimps or trauma vultures. Victim vultures. They would use these kids and their parents to make videos about them every single day, just like you just seen, where there was 19 videos done in a matter of 3 days. Yeah, because the views and the money that they bring in. That's why they're called cash cows, because they bring in a lot of views and a lot of money to these YouTubers, which is incentive for them to lie and make stories or put crazy shit in the titles because they know people will click on it.
Wow.
Yeah, this is like the 5th case.
Just as a little side asterisk, the Summer Wells case was very crazy. And not everyone around these people are like that. Like their property may look like that, but you could go 6 or 7 miles down the road and see like $1 million home.
Yeah.
Not all the locals.
Let me tell you, Sebastian Rogers' parents live in a $600,000 house, and they have been ridiculed and judged and called murderers for months now. It doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't matter what kind of house you live in. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If their kid's name brings views and brings money, they're going to talk about it. Doesn't matter if it's a lie and they know it's a lie. It doesn't matter how much damage it does to the family. It doesn't matter how much it hurts these parents or their families or these kids. Doesn't matter. It's awful. It's fucking awful. That's why I say it's the belly of the beast. And I'm so glad you were able to come up here, like I said, to where we can get the truth opposed to rumors that are going around. Because
Yeah,
they'll
and
see
see,
rumors and spread them like
never
wildfire, you know?
answer whether or not they're abducted or they went in the woods. My biggest problem with them being in the woods is that it's still very cold here. Like,
Yeah.
people still have their heat on at night. There's lots of spots for water. If they did go into the woods, this is going to be very tragic. But for them not to have been found in the woods yet is just mind-boggling. There's no way they could have gotten that far without any trace of them. Like, those woods are dense, especially after the hurricane we just had. There's so much debris in there. It just would be absolutely impossible for them to survive in those woods this long.
See, and that's really sad. That's really sad, man. And not only that, the mother, I'm sure she's probably just made herself absolutely fucking sick over what's going on. I wouldn't want to come out and speak to the public either. I would want to find my babies. And yeah, watch her. We grew up playing in the woods too. Like, I just took you guys mushroom hunting. We went and walked around the woods, but it's easy to get turned around. It's easy to get turned around. Why was both parents in bed? Probably because they were tired. If the kids were sick, they might have been getting sick. We really don't know. One should have gotten up with the children. Yes, one should have gotten up with the children, but however, they didn't. And it is what it is. You can't go back in time now. I mean, it is what it is. They were tired. They were laying there. They were laying down. Fuck, he might have been working on a car all day. He might have been feeling bad. He might have not been feeling good either. We don't know. That's the problem. We can assume all day long. We have a local on panel right now. Donna said, so what do the locals think happened?
Nobody's really said anything definitive. One thing immediately is everyone's like, okay, it's a stretch to say they're meth heads. Like, they seem like pretty basic people for around here. But it would be impossible for them to have gone into the woods and survived and not a trace of them be found. Everyone agrees with that. And the big problem with abduction way out there is, how is someone able to creep around on their property and take those kids? You can't just stumble upon someone's property in the country like that without someone noticing you.
Right. But I mean, like, if the kids were like at the end of the driveway or something, like, nobody would really have to creep around their house if that was the case. I mean, just like Queen had said, that example of the FedEx person, I mean, that was done in a matter of probably seconds.
It just seems like a 1 in a million.
Well, see, in Athena, her and her stepmom had a fight after school. They lived out in the country as well. And she was used, going out in the country. She was used to going out there. And her dad was actually out of town when this happened. The FedEx guy just happened to be dropping off a doll that she ordered for Athena. When he seen her walking down the driveway, out after her and her mom had just had an argument, which the driveway was really very long, like theirs, real long. You had to go all the way down it to get to their house. So, you know what I mean? There would have been no way for her just to walk in the woods and be lost. They went through all the same things. You know what I'm saying? And then finally it came out that a FedEx man was there that dropped off a doll that day. And they went back and looked, found out who it was, who was driving, pulled him out, checked the camera footage, and boom, there it was. All on camera. And there was actually a camera inside the FedEx truck that caught it all as well.
So yeah, someone asked again here, why weren't they at work? Daniel works for the mill, and oftentimes mills go into shutdown. So like he could work 7 days a week for 5 months and then go on shutdown and only work a day or two a week. But any day now it could pick back up. That's really normal. And if she's a stay-at-home mom in Nova Scotia, she would get about $1,800 a month for child tax. So I'm sure they can afford to take care of their kids and stuff. Like they're not broke.
Also, stay-at-home parents get paid.
Yeah, we get child tax. Like even parents that work, you still get a portion of it. It's all based off your taxes. Like how much you made the previous year is how much you'll receive the next year per month.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so like a basic working person, let's say they make $600 a week working, they get about $500 or $600 per child.
Tulip, yeah, the local that's on panel said that Daniel is in the process of building a deck on the front of the house, so the front door might not even have been accessible during that time.
Everyone in the chat, y'all really don't get that. The no child tax or nothing.
They get like a tax credit, like at the end of the year when you do your taxes.
Oh my goodness.
But no, they don't get. There's nothing monthly that you get based on your income or anything like that.
Oh my gosh. Every month on the 20th, we get a child tax for any child under 18.
So I mean that in itself kind of paints a different picture for me, because if you're a parent and stay-at-home parent and you're getting that type of money for your kids a month, would kind of make someone think like, then why would a parent do something to their children?
Hey, Ro, how are you?
Hi, good morning. I just
Good morning.
I don't know why I don't know why I feel so strongly about this, but that road and that's why I asked Small Town Girl to ask about the traffic on that road. It's like, the time, and I'm not saying this is what happened, this is just a thought goes through my head. The time of day, maybe she saw the bus go by and they weren't on it. She took her back, the backpack's gone, and it doesn't mean that they were standing at the end of the driveway. They could have said, hey, we're going to walk to school. I mean, look, Queen, you talked about your friend's kid was like, hey, I'm going to grandma's and just dipped, to where it could have been down from the house where somebody drives by, and the mom said they don't meet a stranger, they don't know stranger danger, and said, hey, what are y'all doing out here? And we're going to school. Well, I'll give you a ride, and boof, gone. And that's seconds. I mean, it can happen faster than I even said it. I don't know why, and I know that kids carry everything in their little backpacks, and little girls use it as purses and everything. But I don't know. It's just the time of day. They hadn't been at school since Tuesday. If she liked going to school, they never said they didn't like going to school. They might have had a little trouble, keeping up in school, but that doesn't mean they didn't like it. And they could be around their little friends. Mom and dad are taking a nap. You know, I, I, they're what I mean. It's like and I just go back to Athena's case. In the blink, and it's like on a once in a million chance, but that million's still out there. I don't know, something about that road and her having her little backpack and the time of day. I don't know. And it might just, it's probably just me, but you know, and just because you don't live like other people doesn't mean you did anything to hurt your children.
Well, yeah, I mean, did you hear what she just said about if she's a stay-at-home mom, she gets so much money a
Right,
month?
right. So why,
So,
would you, but I mean, people do, I mean, money's not always a motive. I'm not saying that they did do something or they didn't do something. We just don't know. But there's so many other possibilities. But if you're getting money to help take care of your children every month, then why are you going to cut that money off? You know what I mean? When
right.
apparently money is tight. Money is a factor.
Well, and I think she just made a comment in chat that said that they owned that property. So the only thing that they had to pay was the property taxes too. So, I mean, if she's getting just say $2,800 a month for the kids, and he's working so many days and they don't have a house payment and stuff, then, I mean, I just find it hard to believe that as a
Yeah,
parent you would do something like that. Like,
yeah. But I mean, people snap shit. I'm not saying they're innocent. I'm not saying they're guilty. But I don't know why. I just have such a strong feeling about that road. I don't know why. And the time
yeah.
of day. And we don't, like, I would love to know, did they like school? Did they like going to school? Some kids don't. Some kids love it. You know,
Well,
they
I
hadn't been
think
there since
that,
Tuesday, you know.
yeah, I think that and like the fact that the prison's down the road too. Like those are
Right.
two.
It's not down the road from them. It's
You said like 20 miles or something?
Yeah, it's like 20 minutes or so from them, but it's not that close to them. It's closer to me than them, but
Oh,
it
okay.
is just off the highway. And the prison's just off the highway, and then they're just off the highway. So, I mean, it's not
And I know I
it's
can't
20
let that
minutes.
backpack go. I know. I'm sorry. I just can't. I don't. It's just the time of day. And I know that my daughter did it too. I mean, you know, I get it. She could have had a couple jars in there for tadpoles and all kinds of things and everything. But I don't know. It's just the time of day. And I'd love to know, like, did they like school? Did she was she a kid like my daughter that would spit on the floor and tell me that she threw up, to get out of going to school? Or was she one of the ones that was like, no, I want to go?
The original teacher that came out said that they were in school often. They didn't really miss a lot of school, and that they were really great kids, and that they did really like going to school. And again,
Okay.
there's only like 86 kids in their school. So they're
Yeah.
all pretty close to each other. Like that school is one long hallway with 5 classrooms and a gym. That's it. It's
Wow.
like the tiniest school in Pictou County.
Yeah.
So is it like a K through fifth grade or
6. It would go to
sixth
grade
grade?
6.
Okay.
And y'all don't have like RSOs, like a registry to where you could look in your area and see. Y'all don't have that there, do you?
What is that?
Registered S offenders.
Yeah, and they have to tell you when they're here. They have to put a
Oh,
note.
see, we heard
Yeah.
that they didn't. Okay.
Oh no, you can find. It's the first thing people around here will do is they'll let you know that someone has been released and they're registered.
Okay.
But they're not allowed to live near a school, and they're,
Right.
yeah, because it happens. That does happen.
Yeah, it was. It was just fine. Like we had
And
heard, like it's like you wouldn't know if it was your next door neighbor. I was like, well, I could.
now, see, it wouldn't be posted publicly, but you would know. Someone would tell you. We also have a
Okay, so but it wouldn't
giant
be
homeless
posted
shelter in
publicly.
town. Like, no creators have mentioned that either. We have a huge homeless shelter in town. There's homeless encampments all throughout the county now, too. They tend to keep to themselves relatively,
Right.
but they're there.
Do
But I
you
don't.
see any of them or many of them like walking along this road?
No. Because it doesn't get you to anything. Like, I wouldn't know why I'd be suspicious as hell. Like, why the hell is this person walking down my road? Like, it's just
Right.
so far out. It's not a destination to anything.
Okay, let me ask you this: like, if you, like, I know I can't get off this. I don't know why, but like, if you were driving down that road and you saw a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old walking down that road, number
Most
one, that
people
would be
around
odd.
here, they would stop and immediately start looking for where these kids came from and likely call 911.
Right. But what if it
Unless,
wasn't a good person? You
well,
know what I
see,
mean? Like,
yeah, and that's the 1 in a million chance.
yep,
That's what a lot of people here have said, that 1 in a million chance. And the world is changing a lot. And we
it
do have a
is.
lot more newcomers to the county. So
Are most of the loggers local?
yeah, like they're from somewhere in the province usually. So like if they're out doing any logging or anything, they're probably local. If not, they're from somewhere in the province.
Do you know, has anybody heard what time their bus usually picks them up? Is it like or like,
Probably
different?
like 8 a.m.
Okay.
They're about 20 minutes from their school, I think, maybe 15, 20 minutes. So, and like I said, there's only 86 students in that school. So there's only a couple buses taking kids there.
And school starts at what time at that school? Do you
9
know?
o'clock usually.
9? Okay.
9 to 2 is usually elementary school hours. You can probably Google it. Salt Springs Elementary School.
Thank you so much for coming up. I just really want to know about the traffic on that road, like at the time of day, going from county to county, or is that the cut through, is that the shortcut? It's like, I know we've got roads that are kind of,
It
it's
would
like you,
kind of be
you
a
take those
shortcut for
roads to kind
local.
of bypass traffic, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Kind
yeah, that's
of
exactly
zip
right.
around. Yeah.
But someone who's not from this county, those back roads can be really confusing, and they get a little overwhelming for people who aren't from here, because you can go like a good 10-minute drive without seeing anything, like not a
Yeah.
house, not nothing. So unless you're from here, like no GPS is going to direct you to go down that road.
Okay. It's kind of like what we call a little dip through. We taking the back roads, avoiding
Yes,
the traffic.
exactly.
The locals know, hey, I can cut through this
Exactly.
neighborhood and take a left and go over that bridge and take a right, and I
Yeah.
don't have to, the main road I don't have to get on.
Mostly what that road, my absolute assumption, is that it's locals going to work or going in town to get Tim Hortons or off to do whatever in the day.
Yeah,
That's their local road. That would be
yeah,
who's traveling it, school buses, things like that.
yeah, yeah. I know, and I'm sorry, I just can't get off
Because it
can't get off.
seems the most likely thing, because of the one fact that you don't want to think about it, but they could not survive those woods. They couldn't.
Right, and
Like
I
we've had,
think they would have been
like
found by
it's
now. I mean, I don't
1
know.
o'clock in the afternoon right now, and I'm chilly sitting in my house.
Mm. It's beautiful out there.
The road
I
is the
mean,
most likely.
that's my thing. It's like your driveway. It's like there's the road. It's like the house is way far off. It's like, I don't know. I don't know. I just hope they're found. And I'm so glad that the mom's not on social media. And
I kind of want to say this. I have such a hard time putting it into like polite words, but she's also Native. So her reservation is in Colchester County, and they're really close people. So if she wanted to go home to be with her mom and her people and familiar settings, that makes sense to me. I didn't
Mhm.
take it that she was running away. I
Right.
take it that there was a lot of animosity between Daniel's mom and her and everything that was going on. And she may have just wanted to feel that safety, that, like
Right.
familiar place.
A comfort, a
Mhm.
comfort around her.
Yeah, and
mean,
she's
let's just
really not
let,
that far. She's less than half an hour away.
yeah. Let's be honest. Not everybody gets along with their mother-in-law, even though they
Yeah,
weren't like legally married. I mean, thank God, I did. But I mean, so
and
and there's a lot of why weren't you looking? Why didn't you? And
yeah, and people really trashed her for that, where she says my partner. Well, around here, if you're common law to someone, you got a baby with them, you've been living with them a bit, that's what you call them, your partner, because you're not married and it's not your
right,
boyfriend.
right. That's. I mean, a lot of people judge on people's verbiage. Like
Yeah,
in
you gotta be real careful doing
Sebastian's
that around
case.
here too, because
Yeah,
we have an odd dialect.
yeah. Well, in Sebastian's case, they're like, well, he made him call him Mr. Chris. Well, in the South, instead of just saying Chris, or he didn't want to call him Dad, that's just kind of what you do. I mean, especially boys. I mean, that's just, but people had a lot of judgment. I'm like, no, that's how we do it the South. It's like, that's just, so partner doesn't, and I don't know. It's so sad to me. But I just can't get off that.
Yeah,
And it's
there's
probably nothing, that backpack.
someone's in your chat. She's not on the reserve. She's not on the reserve, but she's near it, and those are her people still. Sorry, I just corrected someone in the chat. Well,
Yeah.
not correct. I don't want to be rude, but
No, you're fine.
but yeah, when they rip apart her dialect and stuff, we don't even sound the same to people in other counties. Like each place in Nova Scotia kind of has its own little dialect.
Kind of like here. I mean, Lord, don't nobody sound like me. So there you go. Deep South, and then you get Cheesy Wheezy, don't you know?
Yeah.
With Minnesota, it's like, and everybody has their own dialects, their own verbiage. I don't know. Something just tells me it was just a horrible once in a million. And I don't know. Athena's case did it for me. It's just that blink of it. I mean, it was like the perfect storm. They had arguments. She goes outside. Mom stays inside. FedEx driver dropping off a doll. Snatches are gone. And it was just a perfect storm. And that's why I wonder here, hey, I want to go to school. Mom says I can't go to school. She's laying down. Hey, we're going to school. The time of day. Grab a backpack. Put your little boots on. Walk down that driveway. Turn and walk 30 feet down that road towards that school, and the perfect car just, I mean, not the perfect car, but just that one opportune moment.
And I'm trying, like, it's so hard not to sound racist or rude when I say it, and that is not my intent at all, but we do have a lot of newcomers, like a significant amount. So there's a lot of new people we don't know, and we're still getting used to that. Someone just asked if we're getting private search groups. The police have warned everyone not to do that. But right now, there's no police presence on the property.
Yeah. Yep, it's just, I don't know. And I mean, just maybe not so good at parenting, maybe not your standards of cleanliness, maybe not your way of doing things doesn't mean you hurt your children. You can be a not so great parent and not do things right, and it doesn't mean you did anything to your child, And I'm sure, she's like, why didn't you get up? Or he's like, why did you get up? There's a lot of blame, stress. Then you got mom-in-law, she's gonna, who do you think she's gonna blame? She, and that's a lot. Heather, this is, and I'm sorry I forgot your name. I'm so sorry. This is local. She lives about 20 minutes away.
Maggie. Her
Maggie.
name is
I'm
Maggie.
sorry.
Yeah.
I wanted to say
She's a
Brenda, and I
local.
knew
If
that
there's
wasn't
any
right.
if there's any other locals that would like to come up, you're welcome to. Just click the link at the top of the chat and it'll bring you up to the panel.
It's odd. I'm in a lot of Facebook groups and I'm following YouTube closely. I've only really seen one other local coming up and talking.
Yeah. A lot of them are probably nervous. Like, what the hell's going on? You know?
Yeah.
What is
Most of
this?
us will talk to each other, but we don't tend to get out loud. And on the
Right.
Facebook groups, the first thing that happens is someone just snaps at us. Well, that's not true. It won't be done that way. It won't be done that way in the United States. But Canada
Right.
is very different. We're a very closed off people. Our first instinct is not to talk to people.
Don't you love how people that don't live where you live tell you how you live?
Yeah.
Isn't that lovely? Well, I'm gonna hop down, but thank you so much for coming up, and I pray for your community, and the teachers, the schoolmates, the friends, of these children. It's just so sad. I just worry about that road. I don't know what's got me heaped up about that road. I can't get off of it.
It's the only logical thing, and it's the thing that keeps you from thinking that bad thing, because if they were in the woods, they're not gonna survive that.
I just think if they were in the woods, like we looked, and like some of the larger bodies of waters, I know there's like creeks and streams and stuff like that, but they were so far away. It would be really hard for a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old to walk that far. You know what I mean? In that short amount of time.
Yeah.
That's the problem I had with that. And it's like a double-edged sword. It's like, how far could they get because they were so little, but how could they be missed because they're so little? You know what I mean? It's like it's both things. And I don't know. And the time of day, I just, in the morning school, and some kids just love school, especially with them. They don't have neighbor kids that they play with. They don't go next door, knock on the door, and say, "Hey, little Mary, can you come outside?"
Right.
It,
If you
it,
want to socialize with someone, you have to drive to
right.
their house.
And these kids are very social, and that's where I could see where, they don't meet a stranger. The mom said, they don't meet a stranger in a store, and they talk to everybody. And when you got 2 kids and a house full of adults, that was their. A lot of people think, oh, school, yuck. But some kids, man, that's where all their friends are because they don't live next door. I don't know. I don't know. That's just where I'm kind of going with it. You can have not so great parenting skills, and we've all made mistakes and all the things, but it doesn't mean that they have anything to do with this, But anyway, I'm gonna hop down. But thank you so much, Maggie. It was wonderful talking to you, and thank you for answering my questions. And
You're very welcome, and you have a good
tell
day.
everybody, if you see a blonde-headed bitch with a bullhorn, just run back in your house.
Yeah, she's a bit much for me.
Yeah, and people just don't need to be emailing her in your community either, because
it wouldn't happen. People they'd go right to the police. They wouldn't go to YouTube.
Good. Sounds like
first.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for answering my questions. But I'm gonna hop down. Thank you, Queen, for letting me up. Small Town, you still up here?
Absolutely,
I am.
Roro. Thank you.
All right, thank you, baby. Bye.
We'll see you later.
Bye.
All right, we'll finish this out and then we'll switch over.
And somebody had them, I would be speaking to everybody that
You have a call coming. You want to mute?
Oh no, I'm okay.
Oh, okay. I didn't want you to answer that and be on the live stream. I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
anybody that would possibly listen to me, because I want the entire damn planet to know my children's faces, their ages, the fact that they're gone, and the fact that I will not stop until I get them back.
Very, very, very good points. And it comes down to stuff like that, that makes us question whether the mom or stepfather may have culpability in that. And that person, I saw somebody write in there, who is that speaking? It's Abby Lynn 0715. Abby Lynn 0.
So tomorrow, says Maggie, do you know if there was actually an SUV in the area with 2 males?
Yeah, but that was the same day, and it was prior to the parents phoning the police to say that the kids were missing. There was a suspicious car in the neighborhood. They stopped them, talked to them. I guess they weren't doing anything wrong, so they just let them go. But see, that's a big thing. A suspicious vehicle was in the neighborhood, and 3 people called right away to say there's a weird car here we've never seen before.
But the police have already stopped. The police stopped them and questioned them and didn't find anything with them.
Right.
Okay.
Now here's some of these Evil Exists clips, and maybe you can help us kind of clear up a few of these rumors, because there's 20 videos in 2 days. So we'll start with one of these here.
As time goes by in the case of missing siblings, Jack and Lily Sullivan, the stepfather
Let me slow this down because they already go fast as hell anyways as it is.
seems to be the only one keeping the case out in the public.
Now it's the father. The stepfather is the only one that seems to be keeping the case out in the public eye.
But he's only
So
done
the other day,
it's like the same
well,
interview
the other
being
day,
shown over and over.
yeah, it's the same interview. But the other day, I'm not sure if you even pay attention to this channel, but they decided they were going to put in a picture of Sebastian Rogers' mother, Katie, and they were definitely trying to insinuate that the mother is like Katie Proudfoot, who is also a mother of a missing child that they've attacked relentlessly over and over again, because she didn't come straight to social media and appease everybody by begging for everybody on the internet to look for her child. So because she didn't do that, she's been linked on the guilty side there, and her and her husband, which is Sebastian's stepdad, have been made out to be awful, terrible people. And they've been taunted, and they've had death threats, and it's been awful. It's been awful. And they came here thinking that they were going to get help. So yeah, in one of these videos, he brings up, or whoever this is, this lady, she brings up Katie Proudfoot and puts her right next to the mother of the missing child. Bombshell info from stepfather's friend. So here's a post that she puts up.
Lots of us have eyes on the stepfather and mother of Lily and Jack Sullivan, who are sadly still missing. We are nearing the end of another day without answers as to where these 2 precious little children are. As we stand now, police have scaled back the search. There have been boats on the water searching, and there is word of cadaver dogs coming into the area soon too. As far as the mother is concerned, her family is standing with her and got into a fight with Daniel, blaming him for doing something with the children. Someone has actually come to Daniel's defense on Facebook today, claiming to know him for a very long time. It says, "I'm just going to put this out here. I have known the stepfather for a long time, and never once has he shown me any signs of anger. He was always good to the kids, and does not do any heavy drugs."
So right there, they're trying to combat the drug rumor. Yeah, this channel is actually a woman. Nope, not today. I know who she is. Now that I think about it, I do know who. I remember her walking up to JLR.
He's a very polite guy. I'm not saying this because I know him, but I don't think he had anything to do with this. He has been following all police orders. He let them search the property over and over. He offered them a drug test and lie detector test. He also gave them his laptop and cell phone to be looked at. He has nothing to hide. The post goes on to say that the stepfather took care of the kids more than the mother did.
Carrie Moody said Evil Exists did this in Summerwell's case multiple videos daily of rumors and speculation, mostly not true. Yeah, and they got hundreds, 100,000, or what is it, 100,000 views on one video of rumors and bullshit. This is exactly how rumors and speculation, lies, and bullshit gets spread around.
Well, because they're overplaying one event where this party, just because there's 8 cars in your driveway doesn't mean it's a party.
Exactly.
Sometimes the nicest people are monsters, but I can honestly say I don't think he would ever do this. I think he was threatened really badly. If he says something, he made to eye, or he just really doesn't know what happened. He is out there looking for them for hours and hours, and the mom isn't even caring to look. This person has also been replying to comments, and this one in particular is interesting. It says, "You guys don't know, more than twice, she got drunk and attacked him, and he didn't even raise a finger back to her. He wasn't an aggressive guy at all. You could be a woman and push him over and he will just stand there." Of course, this is definitely something to think about, and many are wondering if this is true, then was she doing this to the children as well? What do
And people could say, well, you know what? He taunted her and pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed until she, did do something or whatever. We don't know. People don't know. No idea. And guess what? It's from an anonymous participant. So nobody wants to put their fucking name on that. But you're such a good friend, right? You're Daniel's friend, but you don't want to put your name on it. Yeah,
And
this
they
evil
say
exists getting
that
out of fucking control.
stepdad, if you know them so well, you'd just say, "Oh yeah, that's Daniel."
Yeah.
The verbiage there is kind of weird for me.
Another day goes by, with Jack and Lily Sullivan.
Now, to preface this, we've already spoke on this, right? We've already talked about the CPS. Okay, here it goes. Listen to this. And we'll correct it again, but listen to this.
Still missing. The search has been scaled back, with officers searching specific areas only. I believe the case is now in a more investigative phase, and foul play may be suspected. Police say that there is no evidence that the children have been abducted, and therefore no Amber Alert will be put out at this time. Lily and Jack's father.
Whoa. Hold on. The news never put that out.
There is no evidence that the children have been abducted. I believe the case is now in a more investigative phase, and foul play may be suspected.
They never once said foul play was suspected, not one fucking time.
They wouldn't.
Police say that there is no evidence that the children.
Yeah, they wouldn't say that right now.
Children have been abducted, and therefore no Amber Alert will be put out at this time. Lily and Jack's father, Cody Lee Sullivan, who has no contact with them. Daniel Martell, the stepfather, is said to have been the one doing a lot for the children. Here we see them happily standing next to him as well, and posing for the photo. Daniel has been cooperating fully with police, and offered up his phone and laptop, as well as volunteered to do a drug and polygraph test, to help push the investigation along. However, he wants everyone to do a polygraph, not just him. The children's mother and Daniel have a daughter of their own. Her name is Meadow, and she is just 16 months. Meadow was in the house too, when the kids vanished, and at first it was said they told the children to be quiet, so that Meadow could sleep. Later it was said that they were in the room, feeding Meadow. According to Daniel, police are looking at the wireless router in the home, to see who connected to the internet, and at what times. On May 8, a friend drove Daniel to the Child Protective Services office in Stellarton, where he requested to see his 16-month-old daughter, Meadow. His request was denied. He said that with the kids going missing, CPS is keeping a tight leash on everything. I wonder if this means that Meadow is in the custody of CPS, and not with her.
Not necessarily. And if he just randomly
No,
showed up.
not necessarily, but you already had said this. Maggie, do you recall you said there's only one office?
Yeah.
And how many people work there? 1 or 2, you said?
20 or 30 social workers, maybe, for the whole county. But if you
There
just
you go.
randomly show up at Children's Aid and say, "I want to see
my kid right now. Demand to see your child," they're going to tell you no.
Do it that minute. Plus, Children's Aid around here has a lot of pull. They can make their own decisions without warrants or anything at first, and then they get court ordered. So yeah, just randomly showing up at Children's Aid, of course they're gonna be like, no, man, we can't do that right now. Could you make an appointment?
It's very irritating that they don't say these kind of things like, oh, mind you, there's one CPS office in the county. No, it's just automatically they told him no. So now does CPS have the child? No, it's not anything that's not at all what was said.
Yeah, just because Children's Aid is involved doesn't mean that they've removed the child. Like, there's tons of people that Children's Aid show up and talk to them and sort of work them through stuff. We do have some services here, but it doesn't automatically mean that they've removed the baby. They may be giving the mother instructions of, okay, you stay with your mom now. We're going to check in with you every couple days. You have to come check in with us every couple days. And that's normal because 2 of her children are missing. So if it's not just for an investigation against them, they could be supporting her during this time.
So Betty here it's CPS or DCFS, and I guess there it's CAS. I'm not sure. I don't live in Canada, so I have no idea what it is there.
It's the Children's Aid Society, so we call it CAS.
Gotcha. So we call it Child Protective Services here, or Department of Family Services. So it's got all different kinds of names, just. But yeah, that's the difference between here and there too. You guys say CAS, we say CPS. You know what I mean? It's completely different over here. So,
and because we're such a small community, if Daniel or her are related to the next available Children's Aid worker, they now have to wait for someone else to take their case. Like, you're not allowed to investigate.
Oh yeah, for sure, because conflict of interest.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
So they could have said no for multiple reasons.
Yeah. Like, they don't have an available caseworker to supervise, and they're not going to want the parents talking to each other alone if they are investigating the disappearance of their children. So they'd have to have a worker available, and they're not always readily available.
Well, see, Doreen, that's the thing too. She was asked to leave by the mother, by Daniel's mother, who is the property owner. So she couldn't just stay in search. She couldn't just stay there. That's one of the biggest problems is they asked her to leave, and obviously we're going to, take further measures if she didn't. And obviously she didn't want to deal with that. She was probably left, like they asked so that she could go back. She caused a scene and called the police. She may not have been able to go back, Pineapple Ice, the problem is that people find the truth boring. The salacious rumors and speculation keep them coming back for more. That's why there's so many channels like Evil Exists, Battery Betty, Clutch Them Nuts, etc. Yep, you got it, babe. You got it.
People keep saying she left midway through an update.
Yeah, that's coming up next. That's the next one here that he's got up, or that she's got up. Evil Exists did another video. This is where they're getting a lot of their information from. You see how many views are on these videos. 12,000 people watched this 9 hours ago. We have 18,000, 28,000, 57,000. Here's one right here. Mother walked out of rescue briefing. Let's check this one out here.
As time goes by in the case of missing siblings, Jack and Lily Sullivan, the stepfather seems to be the only one keeping the case out in the public eye. He has offered it in laptop to police, wants to take a polygraph and drug test, and says if the kids are not found, then he will be searching for them for his entire life. That comment got me. I'm not saying he is innocent or that I totally believe him, but at this point, he is looking more innocent than the mother. Apparently the mother was told not to speak to the media. Wasn't Daniel told the same thing? Many of you agree that as a parent of missing children, nothing would stop you from speaking out, spreading awareness, and keeping the face and story of your missing children out there. After reading what took place on May 3rd, we have to ask what is really going on with the mother. Is she consumed by guilt? On May 3rd, the mother and stepfather attended a briefing at the search and rescue headquarters on nearby Lansdowne Station Road. Daniel said the mother left midway through the update to sit in the back of an ambulance. She then left with her mother, and Daniel never saw her since. This is also the time she blocked him on social media. To me, it's clear that she is trying to do everything in her power to distance herself.
No, she didn't block him. Allegedly, she deleted her entire Facebook. So I don't think that that's a fact that she blocked him and tried to distance herself. I think she completely deleted her Facebook.
Well, and to go sit in the back of an ambulance during this press briefing versus getting up and just leaving altogether are two totally different things.
Yeah, it's a hell of a lot different to go sit in an ambulance and, because she could have been having an anxiety attack. We don't fucking know, but she didn't get up and just walk the fuck off and leave. We know that.
Herself from the stepfather. I can't help but wonder if she is trying to set the stage for what police might find later on in the case. Is she getting ready to push the blame completely on Daniel? It's also interesting how her family immediately blamed Daniel for what happened when the mother was in the house too. They were apparently together in the room, so why did they blame him? I believe that she knows more than she is saying. There is a reason she is staying so quiet, and I don't buy it's because the police told her to stay silent. It would be bizarre that the police would tell the mother of missing children to not raise awareness for them by speaking out to the media. Furthermore, it is a huge red flag that she believes they have been abducted, but never once pleaded for their safe return.
She did. She asked for an Amber Alert. Because the first thing we got was a vulnerable persons alert, which would only go to locals. And then it was a few days later before we got an Amber Alert. But she did post, I want an Amber Alert for my babies. That was her plea. That was it.
Well, and didn't you say earlier that the law enforcement did advise them or does advise them not to speak?
Yeah, oh yeah. Around here, they don't want to hear you saying nothing.
Yeah, so this video where they said, I find it very odd that law enforcement would tell them not to speak. Well,
but locally, we don't find that strange. Like, you might not even get another press conference until they have full evidence. So
right.
This person posting 19 videos, what are you posting about? There's no news. There's nothing new.
Rumors.
Yeah.
See, and people don't even realize you got to be careful in those Facebook groups because they're used to dox.
If that is not suspicious, then I don't know what is.
Well, you don't know what is. Evil exists because you make video after video after video after video after video of bullshit on here. Here's this one about the dad.
I have got a lot of questions regarding the biological father of Lily and Jack Sullivan. Who is he? Where is he? Why haven't we heard from him? And the list goes on. I have been digging into this for the past couple of days, and can finally bring you all the information I could find on him. Lily and Jack's biological father's name is Cody Lee Sullivan. There has been a lot of speculation surrounding him, with some claiming that his reason for not speaking out about his children's disappearance is because he is in prison. I can confirm that he is not in prison, and is awaiting an October 2025 court date. Cody was born in the year 1996, and as far as I know has 2 children, Jack and Lily. On Friday, June 21st of 2024,
this was in
shortly
the newspaper
after 8 p.m.,
article.
a local resident was robbed of a high-priced item. The police received a complaint from an online marketplace seller, who stated they had met up with the purchaser at the agreed-upon place, when the purchaser, who we now know was Cody Sullivan, produced a knife. He demanded the merchandise and then left the area in a pickup truck. The seller was able to get a description of the vehicle and its last known direction of travel, which enabled police officers to catch up with the suspect vehicle quickly. The merchandise was located inside the vehicle and returned to the seller. Thankfully, no one was injured during this incident. The suspect, Cody Lee Sullivan, was arrested and held in custody. The next day, the 22nd June, he appeared before a judge and was released on bail. Why he hasn't come out to speak about his missing children and plead to find them, I don't know. I don't know how involved he was in the raising of them. Something that online sleuths are pointing out is that Lily and Jack seem to be very close with the stepfather. In this picture, we can
Queen,
see
can you
them
pause it
standing
when you get a
closely
chance?
instead of their mother. From someone claiming to be Daniel's friend, it was said that he does more for the children than their own mother. tables are quickly turning, while he is getting more support, as he is the only one at this point, speaking to media, and trying to work with police, by staying at the property and allowing them to search wherever they want. The mother, on the other hand, has been missing in action. She left, and has not pleaded for her kids to be returned, even though she thinks they've been kidnapped. It speaks volumes.
You see how they did that?
But see, he's trying to make it seem like he did all this research. Every word he just said is from that newspaper article, and that's the only media release we've had access to. Because in Canada, we can't always see all the media stuff, right? A lot of it's blocked for us. So a lot of Facebook groups for locals, we wait for Americans to post stuff so we can see what they're seeing in the news. But everything that person just said came from the newspaper article. They didn't dig that up. They read the newspaper article.
Here's this one where it says, Grandma gives another version. Grandma gives another version of events. Lily and Jack Sullivan.
Another day goes by, and there is still no sign
Another day goes by, and another 19 videos are uploaded.
of Lily and Jack Sullivan. I spent most of the day digging into this case, using Google Maps to get a better picture of the area. For those of you who haven't seen the pictures of the property and yard, please go back and watch the video I posted earlier today. It clearly shows the yard in disarray, but one thing that is of utmost importance is the clear fencing around the entire backyard. Something else I want to share with you before getting into new information about the paternal grandmother is that the stepfather's brother and mother lived on the property, at the back of the yard, I believe. I would love to know where they were when the children vanished. They never spoke out to the media, but I saw a picture of the brother relaxing here while the search was going on. We have got information that the biological father is on house arrest, awaiting a future court date. I will get into the reason for that a bit later, but his name is Cody Sullivan. Apparently, this is his mother, and the children's paternal grandmother Belinda Gray. Belinda has been active on Facebook, talking about the children's disappearance, and sharing some information that she had. In response to a question on Facebook, Belinda replied, the kids were last seen on Thursday night, when they went to bed. They were heard playing in their room around 8:30 Friday morning. Stepdad went back to sleep and woke up to silence. They couldn't find the kids and called 911 around 9:40. Search dogs couldn't find a scent past the driveway. Who do we believe now? Stepdad says Lily came in and out of their room that morning, so he saw her. He mentioned hearing Jack playing. Mom didn't say a thing about seeing Lily that morning, and only spoke about how she was in and out of sleep. If the kids were seen the night before when they went to bed, which would make sense since stepfather and mother were apparently sleeping that morning, then how would the stepfather have so many details about what they were wearing? I mean, he has details right down to Jack's pull-ups and Lily's backpack. The grandmother has now decided to private her Facebook account, due to all the BS out there during this devastating time. She also asked to please share pictures of her grandchildren, Jack and Lily.
It's crazy that this person has literally taken newspaper articles and stuff out of a Facebook group and making it their content to get thousands of views on to get paid off of.
There was another YouTuber, Granny's watching, and she said the same thing. Like, it's word for word what the newspaper article said. He didn't do any digging. He just read something.
Right. Yeah, Granny just won a big lawsuit that Betty lady put her in.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
The Granny was nice. I was on her panel too, just to answer some basic questions. Mostly just because they had mentioned Summer Wells, and I just wanted people to know we're not all like that. Like this,
Mm-hmm.
you know, everybody in the Summer Wells case all around her seemed kind of suspicious. And if the little fella's wearing a pull-up, Someone obviously got him into that the night before or that morning. Like, what 4-year-old's gonna think, oh, I should throw that pull-up on? Jesus Christ. No, no, no. The RCMP doesn't do this just for fun. No RCMP officers are kidnapping your children.
So did the dad or stepmom come out and say that they never changed the 4-year-old's pull up from the night before? Do they know like he was in the same one?
I don't think they've said anything about that. But a pull-up was only going to last so long, right? Like, what 4-year-old's going to leave it on once it's been used in so many times?
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like people are saying it's the same pull up from the night before, but how do we know that? Because I haven't heard anybody say that it's the same pull up from the night before, and I've not heard anybody say that that pull up was changed. So like we can't say that it's the same pull up from the night before because we don't know. So the stepdad did say that it was the same pull up.
I don't know. I don't think he. I mean, we're honestly, kids won't. In my opinion, from what I've seen, most kids will not leave a wet ass pull up on for days at a time.
That's what I'm thinking. But some people are asking about kids going to school with pull-ups. That's not unheard of here, especially where they go to such a small school.
Right.
Like, they would have had maybe 10, 12 kids in their class. It wouldn't be unheard of for a kid in pre-primary to go to school in a pull-up. Someone would have helped them with it through the day. Like, they're not horribly overrun. There's 86 kids in their school.
Right.
Like, I know some places have things where they don't let your kid go to school unless they're fully potty trained. We don't always have that here. Like, our classrooms aren't huge and packed full of kids. Plus, we have a lot of EAs in classrooms. Like, it's just not unheard of for a kid that young to go to school wearing a pull-up.
See, I'm trying to pull this. Trying to pull this Google Maps back up. So people are like, it's got, the terrain is awful, but they are used to that. That's what they are used to being in and playing in. That's you're talking about 4 and 6. And they have big imaginations at 4 and 6.
And see, it's where Daniel grew up. So he would know that land.
Right. And they say they're not the type of kids that go out on their own. Here, check this out. This is the...
Very stressful. I mean, ever since the Friday morning when we noticed that the children were gone, immediately jumped in the vehicle, surveyed all the areas, many dirt roads, many culverts as I could, and waited for the police to get there.
Beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep, and they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with.
There's been some additional information that's come out in Lily and Jack Sullivan's case, primarily around their biological father, their mom's social media presence, her relationship status, conflicting details about the kids' communication, and a potential fire that some on social media believe may be connected to their disappearance. In addition to...
Now, see, there's the fire. I haven't heard of that either. That's something else that I haven't heard of that's new.
The wildfire? That's in the next county over.
White Lotus, I'm sure you're new here. I have to leave occasionally because I have things that I have to take care of here. I'm not one of those live streams and sit for 7-9 hours and not take care of stuff. I have animals here, children here. I mean, I have a life outside of this as well that I have to tend to at the same time. If you don't like it, there's other channels that you can go to, love. Shauna, are there animal tracking cameras in the area? Or like trail cams?
There quite possibly is trail cams around.
Kay Miller, thank you for dropping 20 of them on us. I appreciate the memberships, baby. Thank you. If you guys got one, please make sure you tell her thank you.
To this, there's other information that I want to cover as well. But before we get into all of that, let's take a moment to walk through their background in case you're not familiar with this story.
And they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens.
See, and I know people were thinking, why didn't they put a wooden like block or something, or like a wooden plank, a piece of wood there, you know, to keep the door from opening. But even if they did, the kids, I mean, they're 4 and 6, they could remove it. Yeah, White Lotus obviously doesn't go here.
It's not unheard of, though, for your kids to go play in the yard.
And they were out.
Right.
Like, we don't live in a big city, right? And they're way out there. Like, so the kids playing in the yard while they're in the house, that's not a big deal to me. Like, it just doesn't seem out of the ordinary.
And there are probably families still out there in that area that don't keep their doors locked and stuff.
Right.
I've not locked my door in the entire time I've lived in my home.
Yeah.
And I live in town.
We're outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew, it was quiet. And we get up and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the huge search effort going on right now. But we've been pushing Amber Alert, which hasn't been issued, not just that they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility that they could have been, but just an alert to let everyone know that they are missing. We had people text me saying that they weren't aware, someone else let them know that they were missing, and it would just be nice if everyone could be alerted. We thought maybe that we found tracks, but it's still uncertain. It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet, but with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. We want them home. Everyone loves them. They are definitely verbal, and they do have possible autism, but it's not extreme autism. It's just they have issues with school, and they don't catch up with the other kids. I just want to remain hopeful. But there's always, in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst. Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds.
Yeah, and I'm sure she's worried sick. I mean, just like Daniel, just like the grandpa, just like the parents, the grandparents, you know what I mean? Neighbors. I'm sure everybody's worried sick about these little kiddos. Especially mom, you know? I'm just. Mm.
And I don't want to go through that another night without them.
6-year-old Lily Sullivan and her 4-year-old brother Jack Sullivan were described as best friends.
Yeah, and she comes out and she says that they could possibly have autism, but they haven't been diagnosed yet. That's sad too. Because you really don't know. You just really don't know.
We have full day. It's called pre-primary or 4+, and it's a full day. It's not a half day.
Oh, so you do? Okay. Well, because I thought it was I thought she said it was a half day.
It could be if that's how they have it arranged, but there are full days.
Gotcha. Okay. So do you know if they both went full day, or do you know if it was
No,
like a
I
half
don't
day?
know
Or
that. I don't know
okay.
that for sure. It would depend what Salt Springs Elementary has in place. And again, it's such a small elementary school that they could do things differently.
Right. Man. All right, here we go.
Shortly after their disappearance on May the 2nd, 2025, their mother, Malaya, shared a social media post stating that Lily and Jack were not shy to strangers and would go with anyone. In fact, because of this, she was especially concerned for their safety, believing they were unaware of stranger danger, which is why she strongly advocated for an Amber Alert to be issued. In the post shared to social media after their disappearance, Lily.
See, and that's scary right there, because even if they did walk out to the road, and somebody wanted, asked them to get in, or, attempted to pick them up, they would not be, yelling stranger danger and running back to the house.
Right, especially if they didn't know anything about strangers. She said
Right.
that they didn't know about stranger danger, and they wouldn't know a stranger.
Well, and you
So
know what I thought too? What if somebody pulled up to get their car worked on, or pulled up because they thought, word of mouth, this guy's good, he's a good mechanic, stop by and check on him, and then boom, you see two kids out, they maybe possibly seen two kids out playing, or, that walked out to play. We just don't know, man. There's so many different scenarios that could have happened.
right.
Like, they very well could have went into the woods and found their way to the road, or how do we know the prison's 20 miles down? I mean, how do we know there wasn't somebody creeping around? I don't know. I just hate to automatically see people say she murdered her kids, or he murdered their kids, or they're terrible, they're guilty of something.
Lily and Jack Sullivan's mom, Malaya, said, I want an Amber Alert for my children. I want my babies home. My children are not shy to strangers and will go with anyone. They don't understand stranger danger at this point. They may have been taken. Please send an Amber Alert now. Now, many have wondered why Malaya may have went to social media stating that her children were not shy. Okay, if you're following my channel for the story, then you know that I shared a previous social media post from the aunt. This is.
And let me go grab her link so you guys have this link too. Because this lady, her name is, what is this, I can't even say her name, and I don't want to butcher it here. I don't know, but anyhow, she seems to have like quite a bit of information here. So which is pretty much regurgitated like everybody else's, but she does show pictures along with it. So I thought it was something good to go over for everybody to see.
This is why the mother, Malaya, felt compelled to speak out about the children not being shy and being very talkative, because the aunt, who we now know is the aunt on their biological dad side of the family, she made a social media post. Now, this post was made on May the 3rd at 1:02 p.m., which would have been one day after the children were last seen around 10 a.m. on May the 2nd, 2025. And the post is here on my screen.
Yes, Doreen, I agree. The way that little girl was screaming, there's no way they couldn't hear her screaming in the woods. But then again, if you're going on day 3, 4, or 5, she may not have the energy. She may, being without food and water for just a couple days, kids can't go that long without food and water. They're 4 and 6. I mean, it's
that she shared, and it stated, children still not found. Jack, 4-year-old male, Lily, 6-year-old female. Now, this is the part here that you need to pay attention to, because she stated, both children are nonverbal. It was initially believed that they wandered into the woods, but still no location or traces of them. We are.
Mom said, yeah, they are verbal. They are verbal. They will talk your head off, is what she said specifically. Yeah, hold me tighter. She does. She gets overly excited, and like it's almost like she gets overstimulated for the birthday. They're having like a birthday cake for the brother, for the little boy, her brother, and she like is so ecstatic and excited. She's like screaming at the top of her lungs.
Are starting day. So then the children were kept home on May the 1st and the 2nd owing to illness, according to Daniel Martell, which is Malaya's boyfriend. Okay, so from April the 29th of 2025, that's the last day that the school was in contact with kids because they attended school on this day. Now, April the 29th, that has been verified by the bus driver. He recalls that he dropped them off and at the end of the dirt driveway after school on April the 29th. Now, April the 30th, there was no school. There is speculation online that something may have happened to the kids in between April the 30th, potentially April the 29th. Many are speculating because that was the last day, and maybe, but that is speculation. The authorities have not confirmed or provided any update. All we know is that the school confirmed that the last day that they both were in school was April the 29th. April the 30th, there was no school. May the 1st, May the 2nd, they were kept home from school owing to illness. And May the 2nd, of course, that is when their mother calls 911 around 10 a.m. to report them missing. Now, of course, everyone wants to know about the relationship with the mother and Daniel. So what we know is that Daniel provided additional information, and what he states is that they have been in a relationship for the last 3 years. Malaya, of course, she moved.
So they've been together for 3 years. Obviously, the kids are 4 and 6. The baby that's 16 months is the one they share together.
Moved to that community to be with Daniel, is what he said. So Malaya moved up to the community to be with Daniel, and she's been staying there for the last 2 years. And she moved into the childhood home of Daniel Martell. And of course, he's presented himself as the children's stepfather. Now, everyone has questions about where is the kid's biological father. According to Malaya's family, the children's biological father has no contact with them. Mr. Martell's mother, which is Daniel, also lives on the property. So on the property, you have Daniel Martell, you have Malaya, the mom, and then you also have Lily and Jack. And then, of course, Daniel and Malaya share a baby together who is 1 year old. So they all live in a home together on that same property. Daniel's mother and his brother live on the property as well. As far as if the mother or brother saw the kids on the property that day or after April the 29th, again, the police have not officially released anything to confirm that. Now, of course, everyone has questions about the biological dad and his side of the family. So, of course, Malaya and Daniel Martell. Daniel Martell is a stepfather. Him and Malaya, as I said, they've been in a relationship for the last 3 years. She moved.
So it's giving you some background on both of them here.
Moved to that community to be with him, as you guys heard.
So she moved from her community, from her mom's, to live in his childhood home, the trailer that they're living in now, that the kids went missing in. So he knows that property and that layout, that his fucking hand. He's been living there for years.
And she's only been with him in that community for the last 2 years, although they've been together for 3 years. Now, Daniel Martell has said that Malaya has moved. She's packed all her belongings and she's left. She just moved to another community, but she hasn't left the state. She's still there, but she's no longer with Daniel. In the middle of a press conference, she left. And Daniel said she's blocked him on social media and she has not been in contact with him. Now, in addition to this, Malaya allegedly logged onto her social media account today. And right here, what you see is a screenshot. Now, this is Malaya's social media account. It's alleged that she activated her social media account. She accepted some friend requests because at first she had this number of friends and now it's increased to this number of friends. Now, after she accepted more friends, then she also changed her relationship status to single. This aligns with what Daniel said, which is that she's blocked him. She's cut off all communication. Now, her mother, as I told you guys before, have came forward and said the police have told them not to be in contact with the media doing news interviews. And I know there's speculation online saying the police wouldn't tell you not to do news interviews. Drop your thoughts below and let me know. Drop your comments below and let me know your thoughts on this. Now, we have seen in past cases where the police have told the family, don't talk. We don't want you to compromise the integrity of the investigation. But there's been cases where the police have said, get the case out. Go to the media. Don't give details of the case of what we've given you to compromise the integrity or to jeopardize this criminal investigation. But a lot of people have said, well, if the police say that, then at this point, they probably shouldn't tell the family information.
So this one says down here, TikTok sleuths have latched onto their latest mystery, filling the case of a missing brother and sister with speculation and conspiracy. Lily and Jack, 6 and 4, were reported missing from their home in Nova Scotia, Canada, in a frantic phone call on Friday last week. Their mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, said she was asleep with their stepfather, Daniel Martell, and their 16-month-old baby at the time. Which you can see right here, you know what I mean, about how big they are. And, they have wild imaginations, kids that age, so they could have just been hunting bugs and, out in the woods and kept going and got lost and turned around, you know what I mean, and walked too far. I mean, but you would think they'd been found. You would, with the way they were searching the RCMP, you would have thought they would have been found by now,
Yeah.
That they don't want the public to know. So Malaya is under public scrutiny because her family, her and her mother, are not doing interviews. They're not speaking out because they said the police advised them not to. A lot of people are saying,
which is, you've said that's true, that's true. That's definitely true. Hold on. Yeah, that's because of your name. You need to go out and go change it or figure it out or whatever. I'll delete this right now, but yeah. It's really not appropriate, you know what I mean? So I'm not being rude. I'm just letting you know.
And the police wouldn't advise you not to do that. Now, the police, of course, haven't commented. Daniel has continued to do interviews, but in the last couple of days, he has been silent. Now, moving on to here, Malaya, of course, like I said, she activated her social media account. She changed her relationship status. Now, the biological father, a lot of people have questions about his side of the family. Where is his family? Now, it's alleged.
So, biological father of the two little ones here is Cody, right? Didn't you say it's Cody Sullivan?
Cody Lee Sullivan. He's from Colchester County, is what I've heard.
Okay.
This photo that I have here, that this is the biological father. I cannot confirm it. People have just said that this is the biological father. The picture was actually shared from the grandma's account. Okay. Now, right here on the screen, you will see that this is the grandmother on the dad's side. She was initially sharing posts, and this is what she said. She said the kids were last seen Thursday night when they went to bed. They were heard playing in their room around 8:30 Friday morning. Mom and stepdad fell back to sleep and woke up to silence. They couldn't find the kids and called 911 around 9:40. Search dogs couldn't find scent past the driveways. Keep in mind, this is the grandmother on the dad's side, and this is what the grandmother posted to her account. Now, a lot of people said she's been quiet now. Keep in mind, she made a subsequent post and she said, due to the ongoing search for my grandchildren and all the bull out there during this devastating time, my account will be private. Please share the missing pictures of Lily and Jack. So although people are saying, where are the biological father, his family, The grandmother has made it clear, I'm going to put my account on private because of all of the things that were going on online. What are your thoughts about this? Do you believe that she should have her account private? Do you believe that it should be public? What are your thoughts? Let me know, because she has been facing a lot of public opinion about her choice to make her account, private. Now, the biological father. Now, like I said, this is alleged to be the biological father. It was shared from her account. Now, on her account where she shared this photo of him, if you go out and if you search for his name, and I'm not going to say his name, and the reason why I'm not going to say it is because it hasn't been confirmed to be the father. So, but if you go out and search his name, he was involved in a criminal case. A lot of people have speculated that this particular individual is in prison. He is not in prison. If you go out and if you search for his name on this website, he is not currently in custody. And in fact, the case that he was involved in, it was a case that took place. What the authorities reported is that there was a local resident that was robbed of a high-priced item over the weekend. It occurred about June the 21st, about 8 p.m. Police received a complaint about someone that was attempting to sell something online. They said that they met up with someone who wanted to buy something. They met at this place, and when they got there, the person attempted to rob them, demanded the merchandise, and then left the area in a pickup truck. Now, the seller was, of course, able to get a description of the vehicle and its last known direction of travel, which, of course, enabled police to catch up with the suspect vehicle.
Okay, so this happened a year ago. She said June 21st, I think.
Yes.
So, bio father's an absent parent as of right now, and I think his mother or grandmother, whoever she is that came out to speak, didn't realize that people were going to call her out for that. I do think it's her choice whether she wants to keep her account private or not. I think that's her choice. I'm curious how she would know what's going on when he's not involved in their life either. So it's kind of, unless she got that information from the news or whatever, I'm kind of curious how she even knows anything about what's going on,
Very quickly. The suspect that was identified was arrested and held in custody until he could attend a bail hearing. He was subsequently returned to the community on a release order with a future court date. So everyone that's saying that this man, who is believed to be Lily and Jack's biological father, they're saying the reason why he has not spoken out is because he is in prison. He's not currently in prison. Why he's not speaking out, that has not been confirmed, but he is not currently in prison. Now, of course, when Lily and Jack Sullivan vanished, the news spread. It's been all over social media. You have been looking for any information that could potentially tell them where the kids are. The police have said, don't start with the theories. So, of course, when this wildfire occurred, many people.
Yes, the police have multiple times, do not go with the conspiracy theories. Do not run with misinformation or disinformation. Do not spread rumors. Please be very vigilant on what you share and what gets put out. Police said a potential footprint was spotted at the search for two missing siblings in Canada. Nova Scotia province continues.
Wanted to know if this was related, this forest fire, they wanted to know if this was related to Lily and Jack Sullivan's disappearance. So this post that was made, it's made on a page that shares all things related to that community and surrounding communities. Now, the post said RCMP requested to the forest fire scene to start evacuations. Further information will be provided when available. This evacuation, and it gave the location starting near Civic 401. Now, this also said that this is a rapid moving forest fire. Now, this post quickly gained traction. It now has 1.5 thousand likes and 500 comments, 1.2 shares. So people were quickly wanting to make this connection between Lily and Jack Sullivan. In fact, one person said, I don't live there, but was curious if this happened to be near where the two children are. So,
can you talk about this fire? Do you know anything about this fire, Maggie?
It's from the next county over.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, it
it's
wouldn't have
not
been
close
around
to
the
us.
kids at all.
No.
Okay.
Someone responded and said, I do live there, not close at all. Fire is in Colchester. Kids, now they said that the kids were in another location where the kids went missing or much farther south of the Trans-Can Highway. The fire is north, closer to the coast. With that said, a human trafficker lives down the road from me. Not sure why he's not in prison in the moment. Now, of course, a lot of people have been running with theories. I'm not sure how that's connected to the case, but she did, put that in her comment. And another person replied and said, not super close, but still like 45 minutes, an hour-ish apart. The next person said 36 minutes away from where the map is showing. So yes, there was a fire. It's 36 minutes away. But keep in mind, when RCMP did the briefing, they did say if there's any significant developments that they would update the public about it.
And they still haven't. They've only done that one interview, correct? Pretty sure. Are you guys still up here? Can you hear me? Either one of y'all?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I didn't know if it knocked you off.
I thought you were asking her because I don't know.
Let's see here.
Yeah, see, Dylan Ealer, that one was sad. He vanished from the front yard. Like, he was at his grandmother's house. She turned around for 4 seconds, and he was gone. And people attacked those parents so bad. But the father had to beg and beg to get people to come and help him search. Like, they called it off fast. They just said he went into the river and drowned, and that was it. And yeah, see, they're talking about that kid's boots. For like 3 years, they claimed that they found his boots, and then the mother came out and said they weren't actually his boots. And his father, Jason, searches every day. You can look him up on Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, everything. Jason Ealer is out there still actively searching for his son. And it was almost 5 years to the day that Jack and Lily went missing, that Dylan Ealer went missing.
And his name's what? Dylan Healer?
Ealer, E-H-L-E-R.
Okay. This is Plunder. This is the call. Another one of the calls. Plunder does a lot of these videos here. And she actually this is her second part, but it's dispatch audio. And it says Lily and Jack Sullivan 5253 dispatch audio. We listened to the first part that she put together. Hold on. That was a 6-day search too, though. I honestly do believe Dylan fell in the brook waters, and fell in the brook waters were real high and rapid moving. Very sad. That is very sad. Man.
Those pieces of cloth, that's what you and I went and with the dog yesterday there, and the family brought us up there. We walk up the gas pipeline trail there, and there's definitely some child-sized boot prints in the mud here that are still visible. They're a bit eroded from the heavy rain, but they're still visible. So, not sure if you'd like us to continue on up the trail or what you'd like to do. Over.
This is Colchester Base calling the K-9 unit tasked to investigate the blanket. Do you copy? Over.
This is Bravo 3. I was with Kilo 2 like 3 seconds ago. He went towards the main road there. We're done at that site. The dog didn't get a track or anything like that. Bravo 3 sees the blanket. Halifax Command, copy element drone team. I got a point of interest for you. 2 key signatures by the water source. Read you off coordinates. Hey, go ahead. But your team's looking at there's 2 figurines of swans
Plunder.
sitting there,
Crime
painted
audio.
black, and they must have picked up heat.
Do we know if any
Plunder.
of the kids had
True
like
crime
stickers on their
audio.
backpacks? We found a little shiny star sticker over here by a bridge. Over.
Stand by, that's on my quick answer. Stickers for strawberries, you say you found a star?
Yeah, it's like a holographic little star over.
Where are little Lily and Jack Sullivan? That's the question many people are trying to answer, and many people have been working so hard over the past week to discover. Supposedly these little ones, these 4 and 6-year-old children, went missing allegedly when they opened a sliding glass door at their home in Canada, in Nova Scotia, and just disappeared into the ether. Is that what really happened or what? I've been digging into this case and I've dug into 48 hours worth of dispatch, the available archives. That's why I get a professional account over on Broadcastify, because I want to be able to just find data, find helpful information in cases like these, especially a case like this where the rumors are running rampant. So let's try and talk about facts. I went over 48 hours worth of audio, pulled it into my editor, and I've extracted about 30 minutes worth of information I found interesting or relevant, not just the communications trying to figure out logistics and stuff.
Yeah, we completed a sweep of the property. Nothing seen there. Some kids' bikes here, but members are still interviewing the person, so not sure if you've got any other direction for us at this point. Over.
So let's talk about the mom. Her full name is Malaya Vanessa Brooks Murray, and the so-called stepdad. Some people are like, yeah, he is a stepdad. He's the mom's boyfriend. Well, to me, I got to look up the definition of stepdad, but I thought that meant you were married, and especially if he went a step further, if he would have adopted her children. But anyway, Daniel Martin and Malaya, also, their relationship is over. Let's get into all this. So I dug into all these audio files, again, 48 hours worth of the Pictou County Fire VHF paging and ops system from a week ago, Friday, May 2nd. I mean, today is Friday, May 7th. 7 days in the wilderness. Are these little ones really out there? And all these searchers couldn't find any definitive clues leading to their whereabouts?
We do have some clear footprints,
Plunder.
probably 3/4 of the way up the gas line. Just want to give you guys that update right now.
Stranger things have happened, but I don't know, it could be unlikely. Friday, May 2nd is the day the children supposedly went missing. That's the day they were reported missing. So I focused on that Friday and all the...
So they did have dogs out there.
Yes.
And yeah, mom called him partner. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
not out of the ordinary. That means you're not boyfriend, girlfriend no more, but you're not married and you live together. A lot of people say partner.
Right. Yeah, and they said Dylan was like 3 or 4, right? Didn't he go missing too?
Yeah, in 2020.
And he still has not been found?
Not a trace of him.
Wow. Now, the parents, those are the ones that sued people, or YouTubers, or what,
Yep.
podcasters,
Yep.
or
a Facebook group got started. I'm
Hold on,
pretty
you're cutting out on us
sure
last
the
2
girl's
seconds.
name was Precious or something, and she
So
was
her
vicious.
Facebook group?
She was so nasty to those parents.
So hold on, she was
They went after 2 specific people. There was a guy and a girl, and they started a Facebook group, and they would message people that they didn't even know and start attacking them anytime someone defended the parents. And yeah, Jason Ealer sued them and won. It was a defamation case.
Wow. Those are hard to prove.
Yeah, they had plenty of evidence. Like, it was bad. And they would just post straight out on Facebook all this nasty stuff about the parents. Even now, people still shit talk Jason. Oh, sorry, I'm cussing.
Well, see, that's the thing, Nathan. We don't know if they're guilty or innocent.
The being lost in the woods thing is
All the
only tricky for
audio
me.
files I pulled down. And then on Saturday, May 3rd, the very next day, that's the day that.
I'm sorry. Were you talking, baby?
No, that's all right. The being in the woods thing only bothers me because they did bring dogs out. There was quite a lot of. There was like 150 people searching that first day, and they're little kids, and the woods. They wouldn't be able to survive those woods more than 2 or 3 days. So it's more likely something happened. I'm worried they were taken. Like, that's the most likely thing.
You guys, even Mr. and Mrs. E jumped on this fucking case.
Yeah, I saw somebody put that in chat earlier.
Isn't that fun? Isn't that wild as hell? How
Yeah.
quickly people, man. Man.
That Malaya and Daniel had such a bad argument that she ended up leaving the property with reportedly their little baby. The baby they share together, either a 16-month-old or 18-month-old. I've read both in all my research. This is something Daniel confirms, that there was some kind of blowout on Saturday. He's going to say, they think I did it. Quote, they think I did it. He doesn't describe what it is, but that's the reason for the separation. And now when a reporter called Malaya's home, a woman who answered the phone said her relationship with him, Daniel, is over. It has ended. Like, it is done. So what does Malaya know? What does Daniel know? I mean, so many rumors are floating around. People are talking about an alleged party that happened Thursday night. They're talking about it being a home full of substances. We don't know. The reason I dug through these 48 hours worth of audio files from Friday and Saturday was because I wanted more details about this alleged blowout, this domestic disturbance. And unfortunately, I couldn't find anything. Now, according to CBC, this is when Daniel said that after the kids got gone, after the kids went missing, Malaya left the area to be with her family in another part of the province, and she's blocked him on all social media. Daniel himself said there was an argument between the two families out in the yard of the home that day. Either they mean Friday or Saturday, there was an argument. So that's why I listened so intently to Friday and Saturday. I wanted to hear if it was reported at all to authorities. But then I'm thinking authorities were probably already on the property. I heard a lot of dispatch audio where they're like, we're at the residence or we're near the residence.
T-Tech Command Task 419. Can you confirm if there's any dogs at the residence over? Yes, there's a dog team out there.
But nothing related to this domestic disturbance. Daniel said, quote, my mother had to kick some people off the property because they were saying that I did it. I had something to do with it. He doesn't elaborate.
See,
and
when
I'm
they
the
said
only
that,
one here fighting for them, which is sad. So Daniel...
I thought that was that group that went out. There was someone posted on Facebook, some local, oh, let's get as many people as we can to go out there and search. I had assumed it was that group of people that had shown up and got told to leave, that they were spewing accusations and acting the fool. I didn't think immediately that it was her family.
Green-eyed PI, can you send me proof of that, please? I'll put my email in the chat. Also, we're not talking about Sebastian Rogers right now. We're talking about Jack and Lily. If you can't stay on topic, we can remove you for right now. And then you can come back later or something.
Police told searchers to leave initially, yes, because some people that'll show up there are really overzealous and they mean well, but they're not used to those kind of woods. So if they're already searching for 2 missing kids, they don't want to then have to search for you or have you get harmed not knowing how to act in the woods like that. I'm pretty sure that's just normal police reaction, is to tell people, please don't search right now. Also, there was 150 or more search and rescue like people out there.
So yeah, because now at this point, there's other rumors going out that saying that she's on a dating site. Where is that at? You're caps locking us.
And how do we know that her being on a dating site is recent? Like that, she could have created a profile on some dating site years ago, and because her name is out in public right now, people are searching it and
She's
seeing
only
it.
been with Daniel for 3 years.
Yeah, so I mean that's what I'm saying. Like we don't even know like how recent that is to know, you know, if that's really true.
Right.
Daniel himself up as this person who he's still fighting, he's still searching, he's willing to take a polygraph, lie detector test. I mean, they're not allowed in court here in the USA, but I don't know about Canada, maybe not. I still don't know what to think of Daniel.
I've done everything. I've given them all my information. I'm here to find the kids.
You said they're flying in someone to do a polygraph test. Is that on you?
That's not just on me, but on everyone. That's what I asked for. I asked for that so early on, and there's not many places that do it in Canada, so they're flying somebody in.
Why do you think you need to do that? Do you think they don't believe you?
I think their side of the family doesn't believe me, and I just want to clear it up for everyone. Clear it up for everyone, not just the people online making crazy accusations and everything else.
I could go either way. I'm trying to be really kind of soft on these parents because I know what has happened in the past, like with Shane Carey. In that case in Texas, when his fiance and his baby went missing, everyone thought Shane Carey was a weirdo. We were comparing him to Chris Watts. He gave a strange interview, and I learned my lesson from that case. You can't judge a book by its cover or by its behavior. You never know. So some people, at least one anonymous person came out and defended Daniel, like he would never do anything like.
Are you talking? Maggie, were you talking to me?
No, honey, sorry, no.
Okay, I had heard some talking in the background and I wasn't sure. I don't want to be rude and not stop it if you're talking to me. Sorry about that. Here we go.
Like this. Some people are giving more side eyes to Malaya. I just don't know. I'm just looking and digging for facts. And what I did find, I found audio of a bunch of hardworking searchers. They spent so many hours with their boots on this rugged ground, and there were a lot of leads that you could hear. It sounded so hopeful, but it led nowhere.
309 command is requesting a photograph be taken and sent to the command phone if possible, if there's self-service. And could you please send the coordinates for those prints? Over.
Yeah, I'm actually going to be back at my truck in about 30 seconds. I'll be quickly.
309, copy that. We'll see you shortly.
You could almost cry listening to some of this dispatch when their drones would pick up heat. You know, the heat of two figures in the woods. I mean, these guys, some of the audio was in the middle of the night. I was getting stuff from 4 a.m. and, you know, different times it slowed down and maybe people left at midnight. And on May 3rd, there were pieces of cloth found. Someone said those pieces of cloth, that's what you and I went with the dog yesterday when the family brought us up there. Searchers, I guess, found some type of cloth and they were going to go check it out immediately and try and figure out what's what. But apparently it's when another searcher or authority was with the family of Lily and Jack.
Those pieces of cloth, that's what you and I went and with the dog yesterday there when the family brought us up there.
You know how authorities give the dog, you know, like the children's clothing or whatever it is, a scent and like, go, you know, I know they had bloodhounds. I could hear them talking about the bloodhound here. And so I'm not sure if that's the piece of cloth that was being referenced, but nothing came of that apparently. And then there was another point. They got hopeful. Did any of the kids have stickers on their backpacks? Someone found a shiny star sticker over by the bridge. Now, which bridge? I've heard of a bunch of different bridges, something like Seal Island Bridge. I should see how close the bridges are to the residents.
Do we know if any of the kids had like stickers on their backpacks? We found a little shiny star sticker over here by a bridge over. Stand by. That's probably a quick answer. Stickers for strawberries. You say you found a star? Yeah, it's like a holographic little star over.
I know there's a lake nearby. Daniel did talk to the press. I'm grateful he's talking to the press. He talked about allegedly authorities searching bodies of water or something like that. But then the Mounties don't want to confirm anything to the public.
Lots of RCMP in the area that I've seen. They were at Lansdowne Lake, and they told me that they scoured the lake, divers, and sonared the lake, and there's no evidence at all. If they were in this area, would have found them. My family's still searching.
The CTV News report from Friday, May 9th, quotes Daniel as going on to say, and we're never going to give hope. I don't know if he actually said that. We're going to continue to look and probably continue to look for the rest of my life. That is an interesting quote. I hope we get that video of him too, the rest of him saying that, because those are quite a couple of quotes. I don't know if he meant to say we're never going to give up hope, and that's what he actually said, and it's a misprint, but he's expecting to look for the rest of his life as if he'll never find Lily and Jack. So if they're looking and finding like little stickers, that shows you the detail. And I think this was really late at night, if I'm not mistaken. I have different times on the audio and I'm like, whoa, they found that so late at night. They're really looking. It was on the bridge. You know, they're looking for real great detail, clues. That's how detailed these searchers are. There was a canine unit, according to the audio, that was tasked to investigate the blanket. Now, we heard about this.
This is Colchester Base calling the K-9 unit tasked to investigate the blanket. Do you copy? Over.
True crime audio.
This is Bravo 3. I was with Kilo 2 like 3 seconds ago. He went towards the main road there. We're done at that site. The dog didn't get a track or anything like that. Bravo 3 sees the blanket.
3, this is Command. Can I get an updated position, please? Over.
The dog didn't get a track, and Bravo 3 sees the blanket. Now, this does confirm talk of the blanket. According to the CBC, the children's stepfather, Daniel, said the Mounties showed him shirts, a blanket, and a water bottle found during the search near their Garlock Road home somewhere. And he says none of those items belong to either child. So now we hear that actual audio where they talk about the blanket. And some people are really searching, you know, clues in the photos, and I don't know if it was a pink blanket or not, but someone did see like what could have been a pink blanket behind Jack in the photos, and they're like, what if this was a blanket? What if it really did belong to the children? And what if he's lying about it? But I don't know if that would be true. If the kids really wandered off into the woods and they left a blanket out there, I don't believe he'd lie about, yeah, that's not my kid's blanket. Or even if some people think he is lying and he maybe strewn items around the property or outside the property for searchers to find. Also, he wouldn't lie and say that's not their blanket, because that would defeat the purpose of him allegedly creating, you know, a scenario.
Yeah, they were supposed to be up towards McLeod Road.
I got one person out and brought her back, and she's signed out, and I've taken her to her car.
Well, she's the patient that was suffering from heat exhaustion.
We're going to hear about one searcher having heat exhaustion. I mean, wow. Before we spoke of the extreme muscle cramps, I mean, these people were going through it. And this is what I keep thinking about when I'm hearing these beautiful men and women of this very dense rural area taking time out of their days away from their families and staying there well past midnight. Someone was doing an 18-hour shift. I mean, you know, getting food, getting water when they can. I'm like, what if it's all a ruse? What? Just speculation.
Lily and Jack never went into the woods. And I always think about this when we see cases that it turns out someone was lying. In the past, we've seen cases where the culprit, pretending to be an innocent parent or whomever, will just send these searchers out to risk their lives, life and limb in this territory, people of all ages. And I was thinking, wow, that would just be so selfish, so uncaring. To tell someone, help me, my 4-year-old and 6-year-old must have just wandered in the woods, if they know otherwise. And that's a big if. I'm not saying anyone's lying in this case, but imagine sending out hundreds of people, 150 or more people to traverse these woods, or up in helicopters, and the helicopters are trying to avoid the drones, and they're trying to keep it together. And I'm like, imagine if you knew your children were never coming back, but you've created a ruse and you don't even care, and you send all these people out there to risk their own lives because they believe children are in the woods. Children could still be in the woods. I have no idea, but that's a thought that keeps crossing my mind. According to the Globe and Mail, this mom and stepdad of Lily and Jack have broken up. They are done. It says on Thursday, so this is yesterday, Thursday, May 8th, major crime investigators arrived at the rundown mobile home to speak to Daniel. He's 33. He's described as the stepdad. The person who posted that anonymous post on Facebook is like, he takes more care of the kids than Malaya does. We don't know if that's true. That's what people are coming out and saying. But they were there to get Daniel's electronic devices to help corroborate timelines. I'm actually surprised this was not done like a week ago, but maybe it's different in the United States when they start seeing something a little shady, or even if it's not shady. I mean, just to corroborate what they're saying, 2 young missing children, mom and stepdad, give me your phones right away. Let me see, were you really up, whatever, charging your phone or taking it off the charger, the Friday morning when you noticed them missing, and when you called 911, Malaya. And Daniel, you said before you did all that, you drove around, before 911 is called. So I'm sure they have whatever that timestamp is. I don't know if we'll ever get to hear that call. The actual call, not just dispatch audio when they know, oh, this is the case we have and this is the info I'm getting. I'm talking about Malaya's actual voice, all that stuff. Even in the United States, we might not.
So what are you guys thinking here?
Jeez. I don't know. Like,
there's a whole lot going on.
It's a lot.
The dispatch calls and stuff. There's
they have
like
to get
5
warrants for everything.
channels.
Is that true?
What is it?
Mel O says here, RCMP have to get warrants for everything.
Everything.
Wow. So if they wanted to search the back trailer, they'd have to have a warrant for that. It doesn't, like the warrant for the house doesn't cover everything, or
person's case. Like a missing person's case would probably be quite different. They'd be allowed to do a lot more. But in your day-to-day life, they can't just show up and ask to look around. But it doesn't seem like Daniel's stopping them from searching.
Right, that's what I was going to say. I mean, if he allows them to search the home and the property and all that, then they wouldn't need the search warrant. And it seems like he's allowing them to do all of that.
Depending on the state, we might not have gotten that info right away. 911 calls are not just necessarily public record while the case is still being investigated. Some states are.
Well, Plunder's able to get the public records. She was able to get all the dispatch.
I don't think she has like the actual
She doesn't have the actual dispatch. So even some firefighters around here wouldn't be given that right away. Like there's 5 or 6 different channels and broadcasting that they use. Even the night the 2 boys went missing in the lake, they said switch to channel whatever, and then it was just radio silence for the public. But right now we can go on and listen to I guess like local fire and rescue stuff, but not.
Yeah, but I mean,
not anything they block from us.
Plunder had the actual call from when they called in. Like she had the actual call. You have to FOIA that. And
I don't
normally
think
they
she
don't
had
give
the
you
actual
information.
911 call.
Yeah, that's a 911 call. You have to FOIA
Because she
that. You know?
just said a minute ago, she said, I don't know if we'll ever get the actual 911 call to hear the mom's voice on it.
So
Yeah,
what call
Meaning
did
like
she
she doesn't
have?
have
what
it.
she's hearing is what anyone in the public would have been able to hear on the local
So somebody
scanner.
recorded it and gave it to her, or what?
I think
How
no,
would
she
they have
hasn't.
the original call that came in that they just played, where they were talking about them missing?
I think
That's
that's just scanner stuff that
Yeah, that's
anybody.
Oh,
just
okay, okay.
dispatch stuff, like over the radio. Like she has an account on broad whatever Castify.
Castify,
She
yeah,
said,
she's got the okay, so it's on spot. Okay, okay, I see what you're saying
yeah,
now. I
but she
see what
doesn't have like the mom calling to 911. She just said, I don't know if
like
we'll
the
ever
original
get
call where
that.
mom calls and says that my kids are
Yes,
missing. You know, they went missing this morning out of the glass
yes,
door. Da, da, da. Okay,
yes.
gotcha. I didn't know you could go back and rewind those to catch information like she was saying in the middle of the night and stuff.
Oh yeah, you can go back and replay them.
Yeah, see, I didn't know that. I didn't know you were allowed to, that you could rewind them or whatever, go back and
Yeah,
listen. Gotcha. Okay.
Are like Florida, we love Florida. Anyway,
See, when it says dispatch audio, I thought she was able to like FOIA that to get that call.
Not the
no,
911 call, but she can listen to the public scanner.
Right.
yeah,
Right.
and so
Gotcha.
she
Okay.
has like
So is there a
premium.
way that you guys, like, even if Maggie say you wanted it, would you be able to get it even though like, cause you live there and you're a resident there? Like
The 911 call?
yeah.
No, you'd have to get a court order for that.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you would have to have a judge sign an order to get it.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, so Plunder has like premium on Broadcastify, so she logs into an account, pays them, and she
Right.
can go back and rewind and listen to old dispatch calls.
Yeah. See, I didn't know that. I didn't
You
know
don't
you
need
could
an
even
account for
rewind
that.
those.
That's public. We can just do that on Facebook if we want to. Like it's just you just Google search Pictou County like
That's
dispatch
good
or whatever
information to
on
know because I
scanner
had no
call
idea
it.
you could rewind. You said go
Yeah,
to
you don't need
Pictou County what?
Scanner.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, that's public. You don't need to pay for that. However, that's only public station calls. Like, so if they decide to shut that down to the public, then you can only hear, like there's a loose dog on Sullivan Road or little things like car accidents or fire calls, but not if they didn't want you to hear what they're saying to one another, they'll go to a separate station.
Yeah, if it's like a cryptid channel, then you can't listen to that.
Yeah, nobody can listen to that.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, or if they switch channels, yeah, they've done that here too as well. Like if they're saying something that's private that they want to keep private, they'll switch the damn channel on you. They do the same thing over here. So Red Flat says great coverage today. Having a local Maggie M on panel is adding so much, and I think people are enjoying it because you're able to answer our questions. We don't live there, so we don't know.
Yeah,
So
like I can't tell you anything personally about these people. I'll be
right.
real honest with you. I've never met them, but everyone here is only separated by 1 degree, right? Like I know his cousins, and they don't know anything about what's going on. I know people that live near them; they don't have a clue what's going on. So, I can only answer like geographical things, stuff like that. What our school systems are like.
Yeah, and kind of like what the town thinks, like what people, what they're saying, what's going, answer
The
questions.
general
Like
consensus
RCMP.
is they would never survive those woods.
That's another
So-
thing too. Like here now, see, like we just went mushroom hunting and stuff, and the woods. I mean, it's warm enough as somebody, if say a child were to get out of the house here and wander off, they would be able to survive. The temperatures don't drop that low now. Like, you know what I mean? Before, yeah, they did, but it's different there.
Yeah, I mean, like right here, it's like
cold there
in the 80s during the day, and it's only dropping down into the 60s at night. So
yeah. And what's it dropping to you guys, Maggie? What's your lowest at night?
Oh my gosh, it can go down to like below 10 or 15. I guess it's different. We're Celsius to Fahrenheit here, but just for saying it's 3 p.m. here, and I have the heat on in my house.
Oh wow. So it is still cold there.
Yeah.
Because I have all the windows open in my house and like a fan in the window kept bringing in the cool air. You know what I mean? It's nice as hell
Well,
here.
it's still jacket weather here.
Wow. See,
Wow.
it's nice as hell here right now. That's crazy how our weather is so different.
Yeah, I mean, and to be that much different is a lot to me.
All right, here we go.
They would know the timestamp of whenever Malaya called 911. They'd be able to corroborate Daniel's story when he says, before I believe the call was made, he was driving all around searching culverts and roads or trails or wherever he said he was going. They'd be able to see if he took his phone with him. Hopefully they'd be able to see kind of his movements, something. So they have Daniel's electronic devices. So he said that in a video, like, I'm willing to take a polygraph. They took all my stuff. He's like, I gave them everything. Earlier that day, is this Thursday? Yesterday, I believe, an RCMP helicopter flew overhead scanning the family property. It backs up into that dense forest. So they're talking about why they didn't issue an Amber Alert. They're defending their decision not to issue one. That's one thing Malaya focused on. She wanted an Amber Alert. So everyone would know the kids are missing. And the RCMP is like, it just didn't fit the criteria. But sometimes that happens here too. If there's no description of a vehicle or an abductor, then it's kind of hard to put out an Amber Alert. Of course, an alert can go out, like, this is the description of the missing children, this is what we believe they were wearing, but it's not an Amber Alert. Now, the Mounties also won't talk about Daniel's claim that divers were called in yesterday to search the nearby Lansdowne Lake. They won't confirm whether or not tracking dogs had followed the kids' scent to the end of the family's driveway. Now, we will hear coming up just different little snippets about, is it this, is it that? It was just so heartbreaking. There was, the drones would pick up the heat of two figures you'll hear coming up. And it's like, I know they obviously didn't find the kids during this audio, but you could hear the searchers getting so hopeful. One heat source just turned out to be two oil drums, maybe sitting by the side of the road or whatever.
Yeah, cancel the last coordinates we gave you. We investigated and determined it was two oil drums were returning to base. Anyway, okay, thank you.
And then another just turned out to be two flamingos that were painted black. So the black, I guess, soaked up some of the heat or some of the heat from the sun. You know how black absorbs heat. That's why I always kind of laugh when I see people, in the sun and they have black umbrellas. And I'm like, you're just turning yourself into a solar lamp. Black absorbs heat. And so those swans or whatever figures were giving off heat, the drone operators thought it could have been the children, if only.
But your team looking at, there's two figurines of swans sitting there, painted black, and they must have picked up heat. Yeah,
That's
copy
weird.
that. You guys copy what the...
That's very odd, huh? So there was two swans out in the middle of what, in this brush or whatever.
Yeah, and they're picking up heat.
Yeah,
that's weird.
But I mean,
Yeah, the heat source was. Did you? Affirmative. Hard to believe, isn't it?
But I don't know how much information we will get on this case. That's why I'm digging to find official info. Nova Scotia RCMP spokesperson Alison Gerard said, to ensure the integrity of the investigation, no further details will be released at this time. So will we get another presser today? I don't know. It's 3:15 here now, Eastern time. I haven't seen one. They told us the other day they're pulling back. I think it's more focused now, as we've seen these cases go before, more on that internal investigation, what's going on with the mom and dad. I mean, if you read the crazy rumors out there, and they might end up being true, I don't know. You don't really know who's really a local, who's kind of creating a fan fiction type of post to see how many people will fall for it. But some folks are like, yeah, maybe this happened. It's such a house. Maybe the kids got a hold of some substances. Maybe there was an accident. Maybe they really weren't alive Friday morning. Maybe it was all a.
And look at that picture. You said the stairs were being rebuilt. Look at that picture. There's the brand new stairs right there being built. You see them right there?
Yeah.
Maggie said that's why the front door was could possibly have been. You still up here with us? Yeah, she's up here. Yeah, possibly why the
Yeah.
front door was off, or you know what I mean, was like out of commission, or you know what I mean, not being used. The stairs were being rebuilt, and you ain't lying, girl. Shit, here they are, right here in the top right hand side. They're brand new stairs being built right there.
Yeah, they could have had something on the inside of the house blocking it to where nobody could get out.
Right, so the kids didn't open the door and fall right out.
Right.
All a ruse. Some people are claiming, oh, the mom knew such and such. And so it is interesting if Daniel did anything and Malia co-signed with it and it's this code of silence, or if Malia did something, Daniel's co-signing with it. It's weird that she's blocked him. Has she turned on him? Has she allegedly told investigators everything? That's what some rumors out there are claiming. And what, just let Daniel keep spinning his wheels? Maybe the investigators want him to keep talking, keep putting out this image, this good guy image, or whether it's real or fake, just keep talking until we find out where Lily and Jack are or what really happened with them. Both of the little ones attend a school called Salt Springs Elementary. It's a small school, about a 20-minute bus ride from their home. It's only servicing less than 90 children. And so this picture was so cool. It should read technically yesterday on May 8th. Bus driver.
See, Maggie says there was 86. There's a school about 86 people. And you know what? Don't forget, everybody liked Seth at first, too. Everybody thought Seth was doing things good, too. And look what happened. So,
isn't he putting up name tags?
Yeah, he's pointing at the name tag. Yeah.
Brian Ward shows where missing children Jack, 4-year-old, and Lily, 6, sat on his bus. They spell Lily with 2 L's. And so I keep searching for the proper way to spell her name. I want to make sure, does it just have 1 L or 2? I've seen it both ways. But to think about the impact of their little schoolmates who, of course, don't understand any of what's happening. There's been counselors brought on board to help the school staff, their schoolmates, and everything. Now, it is interesting to think about the terrain and the setting of this house. You know, there was another post on Facebook, and of course, I take this all as a grain of salt. That's why I like telling you all my sources, whether it's, mainstream media, whether it's the Dispatch audio, whether it's just a Facebook rumor or what, so you can just what I'm saying. But another person on Facebook is like, yeah, there were so many cars in the driveway and I'm their neighbor, and Thursday night I think they had this party, so we don't know if they had a party or not on Thursday. But I thought about it when reading the description, this densely wooded section.
Right. If they have 3 or 4 cars to begin with and they have 2 or 3 people stop over, there's a party. 6 cars does not equal a party.
Well, yeah, not when 4 of them live on the property.
Right.
Section of Garlock Road with no immediate neighbors. So it's not like here you can probably hear a neighbor maybe, doing their lawn, maybe a couple of houses down. It's not like your neighbor's right there. The only traffic is usually logging trucks. I can imagine it feels like you're in your own world. You can almost kind of do what you want. Just like that crazy case out of New Mexico. Oh my goodness, I might cover that. There's so much information the docket and I have. But, when people have acres and acres, I feel like sometimes they feel like I'm king and queen of my castle. I can do what I want. I don't know if this family feels that way, but Malaya and Daniel moved into that home about 2 years ago. And now she just left on the weekend with their 16-month-old daughter. She's off to be with her mom, and she hasn't returned. And apparently,
no, and I mean, she was asked to leave where her kids went missing. I'm sure she's fucking pissed. I sure as hell would be. Her Royal Sass did a $5 super sticker, says, I wish there was some national notification for children that are missing with no proof of abduction. Info would get out so much quicker. Yeah, absolutely it would. Absolutely it would.
Yeah, and these people putting out, like, the mom just up and left because she had 2 missing kids. No, that's not the story. So if you're going to tell it right.
Right. It's frustrating.
Apparently, it's over between them. And she is not on a reservation, allegedly, what I hear. According to the Globe and Mail, Malaya is a member of the Sipaganakik. I've looked it up, forgive me if I'm pronouncing it wrong, the First Nation. And she previously told that both kids were diagnosed with autism. They struggled in school. Now,
Yes, and please refer to them as First Nations. Thank you.
Saw a Facebook post from, I believe she's the children's paternal aunt. I believe she must be sister of Daniel, could be wrong. She's the one who had posted the children were non-verbal. Now, Malaya came out almost to give that interview like a clap back against that. Like she was saying, oh, my kids talk and talk and talk. They'll talk your ear off at the grocery store. I don't know where that disconnect is. Some people are saying maybe it's because a mom can understand her own children. I haven't seen any video yet of Lily and Jack speaking. I don't know. But that's it. Malaya kind of went ghost after that. Whatever day she left that property, broke up with Daniel, and she hasn't given more interviews. She's gone ghost on social media, which might be a move that investigators are telling her. Maybe they're telling her, don't talk to anybody. Daniel keeps talking to the press, and maybe it's really because, as is everyone here, innocent until proven guilty. Maybe he wants to get it out there like, I've done nothing to my children. They really did go away. Or he's trying to perpetrate a certain narrative. Maybe Malaya is too. We just don't know. But it's weird how Malaya and her family are saying, cops told us don't talk to the press. Daniel's like out there every day talking. Maybe they haven't told him the same thing. I don't know. Malaya's Mi'kmaq community leadership has urged people not to spread rumors, don't add fuel to the rampant speculation.
Which is exactly what she's doing.
Right, which is exactly what Plunder does. Plunder adds all her own little, stuff onto it. And
Jeez
no doctor
Louise.
diagnosed him. That is correct. No, the Plunder is starting to suck, in my opinion. Kim, I agree. She just puts her own fucking, her own twist onto things. Jeez.
Kind of like other people we know that put their opinion out as a fact.
Yeah. Yep. Yes, girl. These kids, look, they can spread some rumors quick, boy. Quick.
Speculation about the case circulating online. Lots of luck there. I'm trying not to add any fuel to these rumors. I'm only mentioning the rumors coupled with all the facts we've been able to discover here. And unfortunately, this is the way it goes, especially during a tight-lipped investigation. And I understand why they have to remain tight-lipped in certain circumstances. You leave a vacuum and people just start creating a narrative. And sometimes it's correct. I mean, thank God for people who can spot oddities. Like in the Chris Watts situation, Letitia Stalk situation, so many situations.
I was just going to say, so many situations, they just sit and let him talk. Chris Watts, they let him talk. What's her name? They let her just talk. Letitia, they just let her talk and say whatever. She wouldn't even look at the camera. She looked the other way. Because I think she already knew. She knew what she did.
You have a visitor.
Do we? Who's back here? Miss Amy. What you doing, Bitty Bop?
Okay, I'm still so confused. Can you give me the recap of the story? Please, ma'am.
There's a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old that went missing from their home while mom and dad was sleeping.
How come nobody got up to check on them?
I'm not too sure yet. We're trying to figure that out. To be honest with you, we don't know.
Okay. Are the cops saying that they did it or not?
The cops have said they were cooperating as far as right now. That's all we really know.
How about the party? I heard that you let home for 2 days, right?
There's no confirmation of a party. The lady on panel, Maggie, is a local there, and she said that they own 4 cars. So there's been no reports of a party.
Okay. How about the 2 days Sullivan was sick?
Well, they were out of school on Wednesday because school was closed that day.
And then it was sick Thursday.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Sick Thursday, so they couldn't go back Friday because you have to wait 24 hours. You know, when you're sick or have a cough or a temp, they'll make your kids. You have to stay out 24 hours. So they knew Friday that the kids wouldn't be able to go. You know, being that they were sick and had a cough.
Is the stepmom, the stepdad, and mom on the same page?
Well, they were until they had a little bit of an argument. As far as we know, they just we don't even know if they had an argument. We just know that there was words exchanged and that his mother asked her to leave and she went to go stay with her mother, which is about 20 minutes away from where she's at, from where the house is at.
And the real dad couldn't see the baby, right?
Yeah, she has the baby. As far as we know, she has the baby. And I believe from what's been said, which we don't know if it's true or not, that Daniel went to the CPS office and asked if he could see his child, and they told him no. And that could be several different reasons.
Yeah.
The office is very small. There's only one person working. If he's related or she's related, they have to call in a different person to handle the situation because it's a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
So there could have been multiple reasons why they said no.
Okay, I just went fast because I
I'm
don't want
glad you came to ask.
I don't want to go on my child and misspeak, you know?
That's right. That's right.
And the stepdad did say that I believe the little girl kept coming into their room that morning. So there is reports that, they did see her that morning.
So then that's how they knew what they were wearing. She came in there and was in their room, then they would know what she was wearing when she came in there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Queen. Can I hang?
You're welcome, baby. And absolutely, you sure can. Here we go.
Okay.
Situations, even Barry Morphew, even though he has not been rearrested. Thank God the Daily Mail is still keeping up with Suzanne Morphew's case. It's good when the public spots certain oddities and brings more pressure to bear, more attention on the case, and then investigators know, boy, there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of focus on this case. We really need to solve it. But then sometimes it goes left. Like in the case of Shane Carey, where he was innocent, it was just his weird interview and affect that made everyone suspect him of something. But this is when the Globe and Mail said, whoever answered Malaya's phone yesterday said she couldn't talk about the missing children. Malaya's relationship with Daniel has ended. It's not even like we're on a break. It's not even like, we're just separated for now until this whole thing plays out. To me, that's very telling. Is it because Malaya has come to the realization, like some Facebook post, anonymous, wrote, he did something. This Facebook post was saying Daniel lied to Malaya. Daniel told Malaya, oh, the kids must have gotten out. So you never know who's just giving a story. So this Facebook post was claiming Daniel lied to Malaya. She believed him at first, but then realized, wait a minute, the kids didn't get out. Is that the truth? And she came to that realization, and then she started accusing him, and then that domestic situation happened, and Daniel's mother kicked them off the property, and Malaya and her child she shares with Daniel. And is that why things have ended in their relationship and she's blocked him? That's one potential theory. That's all we can do is speculate. Or is it like Daniel says, he just doesn't know. He's the only one there looking. He didn't hurt anyone. Who's the harmful one here? And you can't go by a person's seemingly nice personality. People are saying, look, my ex, he acted like, Prince Charming in front of everyone. And this woman said only when she recorded her ex and she had the proof of his abusive nature and she displayed that in court, then all his family and friends were shocked because, they couldn't believe that was him. And perhaps vice versa. It could go the same way with the woman, with Malaya. Who knows? She gave that one interview. She's very soft-spoken, great voice, and people are wondering why wasn't she more upset? The way she started off with what had happened was, and all these different telltale signs people aren't believing. Who knows? A woman could act sweet and just be very sinister. Who knows? Malaya spoke to CTV News that Saturday, and pretty much that was it, just saying she wanted to remain hopeful. She wanted to hold them. She wanted them at home, like in their beds. She didn't want to go through another night like she went through Friday night without them. She may not have intended, but that line totally reminded me of Chris Watts, like focused on himself and how hard it was to have his family gone that first night. So this relationship, I know they've lived there 2 years. I don't know how long they've been together. Malaya is a stay-at-home mom, and Daniel works at the local sawmill. But work has slowed down there recently, in recent weeks, and he was not at work on Friday. I'm wondering if that also added to the stress of the situation. With work slowing down, that means your paychecks likely slow down too. I don't know how his pay works there. With his wife being a stay-at-home mom, they have children. I mean, that's got to be a lot of pressure on a person who's like the sole breadwinner. Ugh, there's so much. But Daniel said he willingly handed over his phone. He gave police everything. He said, police have also searched the home and everything I own. Well, I don't know how long it'll take for the Celebrite information to come back and, just to corroborate everything these two are saying. I hope they have Malaya's phone too. I don't know if they have smartwatches, all the data they can gather. But it's not like police will necessarily tell us anything more anytime soon. Sometimes in Canada, like different Canadian cases I followed, you just have to put on a Google alert with the party's names and hope for an update at some point. Even like a year later, it's like, okay, this is the update. But Daniel says they searched every rock, every root, everything. You do hear these searchers searching a lot. I've been giving them every detail, everything from my bank account statements to all the information that came off my Google Maps. So that's good. He's even asking police, give me a lie detector test. It'll happen in the next few days, it says. So they have to get a polygrapher, I guess, in town. I don't know if that's him just saying, yes, I'm ready to tell you guys the truth. I'm speaking truly already. Hook me up. I'll prove it. Or could it be arrogance or hubris? Just like not saying Daniel is Chris Watts. And I did not mean to compare him to Stephen Stearns in the first video. I only meant it reminded me of the Jennifer Soto Stephen Stearns case in terms of there's a guy being called the stepdad, and when you break down the relationship, you learn, oh, they're not really married. And the woman comes out and calls him her partner, like Malaya called Daniel. It just reminded me of Jennifer Soto in that way. I'm not saying Daniel is a creeper like Stephen Stearns is, a man who's been arrested in Florida for allegedly doing horrible things to his girlfriend's 13-year-old daughter and getting rid of her. But Daniel, maybe like Chris Watts, could be thinking, I can pass a polygraph. Like CBI agent Tammy Lee out of Colorado told Chris Watts, it would be really stupid of you to be sitting in that chair if you actually knew something about where your family is. And he just sat there anyway, because people sometimes they just want to say, hey, give me a polygraph. Like that'll prove my innocence. And maybe it'll come out inconclusive. Maybe it'll come out that he.
Maybe he'll fall asleep taking it.
Yeah, those things just happen.
Yep.
Lord.
That he failed. Maybe he'll pass with flying colors. Who knows? Daniel says, I just want to clear it up, not just for the people online making crazy accusations and everything else. So he does want to clear it up for people who are already pegging him as this bad guy who did something to the children when we don't know that as a fact. Daniel's even saying, I asked for that early on, and there's not many places that do that in Canada, so they're flying somebody in. It does say polygraphs are sometimes used in police investigations, but the results are not admissible in Canadian courts because they are
I just want to say, just because you might feel a certain way about their living conditions does not mean that the children were mistreated in any way. I just wanted to throw that out there for some people.
Just in case.
unreliable. So there you go, just like in the US. And the RCMP won't tell the Globe and Mail or anybody when they're going to administer this polygraph. So unless Daniel comes out and tells us, and if he tells us the truth, we won't know the results. In the meantime, I have been digging into Malaya a little bit. I only found an old Instagram account from like 10 years ago, and I don't really know how old she is. I'm assuming she's around the same age as Daniel. I really don't know Malaya's age. Perhaps she's in her 20s still, late 20s, maybe she's 30. I don't know if I've found that information yet, but I did dig into her and saw her old Instagram from when she was younger. She loves tattoos. She has one that says something like, "Mirror dusk till dawn, I that will become one," or something like that. And she said, you know, she loves a tattoo that only she knows. My new tattoo. So happy with it. It says exactly what I want it to. And it's my personal tattoo with a special meaning that only I know what it means to me. The tattoo is just above my knee, so we haven't been able to see that in her interviews. We just don't know. All we know is Daniel keeps talking. He says he's physically exhausted, mentally and emotionally at this point. And what brought it home to me, too, that these are real children, you know, thinking about their schoolmates, the bus driver showing where they sat. And there's even the Globe and Mail posted, you know, art on the wall.
She's a damn kid herself there. What the hell?
Jeez. And I'm not saying that I don't want kids to live in clean homes and stuff like that, but just because a house on the outside looks a certain way doesn't mean that the children were neglected or their parents would have done something to harm their kids. And no, Lindsay, I'm not new.
All right, baby, we ready?
Yep.
All of the home of the missing siblings, and it says Jack. You could see Jack. And it's like, oh my goodness, that really brings it home. These are real children. Okay, I'm going to play the rest of all this dispatch that I've.
Did she just say this really brings it home? These are real children? No, Plunder. What'd you think? They were fake children? What the hell? God dang, man.
Fucking wild.
Found, and again, I heard.
She looks like she's about 15 here.
Nothing about domestic issues. Again, maybe the authorities were right there at the residence already. If something popped off and folks were arguing, I don't know if child services has shown up. People are claiming authorities found substances in the home. None of that has been confirmed by police or anyone official. Who knows what happens? And if it's a domestic in terms of involving children, like if child services showed up and told Malia to leave with her child or leave or you'll get your child taken from you, we don't know if this is true. These are only rumors. If that's why she left or because of other reasons, did she come to a realization about Daniel or not?
I mean, her room looked clean there. So obviously she knows how to clean and keep it clean. And why are you showing this, Plunder? Why are you showing this? What the hell are you doing?
You'll get your child taken from you. We don't know if this is true. These are only rumors. If that's why she left.
Yeah, her room looks pretty damn clean there, don't it?
Yeah.
Article online from like our local kind of newspaper or online newspaper, Saltwire it's called. So if you Google her name, I don't know if it brings it up right away for you. In 2013,
Malaya was in grade 9 and won an award at Bible Hill Junior High. So she was in junior high in 2013.
Wow. That was like, what, 10, 12 years ago?
Yeah. So she's around 30-ish.
Yeah. Still young as hell.
I mean, hell, that person's doing more than I do. I don't even make my bed every day. Yeah, the local that's up on panel said that they are in the process of putting a new deck on the front of their house. So, I mean, yeah, they are currently doing work on it.
Well, yeah, the picture that we seen, there was new steps built right there at the front of the house. Excuse me, in Daniel's picture.
Left or because of other reasons. Did she come to a realization about Daniel or not? We don't know until authorities tell us. So just listen to the rest of the dispatch, just the interesting parts I was able to pull out from Friday and Saturday that I had not included in my previous video. And we will just have to wait for official word. And hopefully they can find something of Lily and Jack. It seems odd with so many searchers out there, if the two children really had, wandered into the woods, you'd think some evidence of their presence would be found. I mean, we're going to hear about, oh yeah, I see boot prints, I see a clear footprint. You'll hear about child-sized boot prints, on or near the pipeline. It's hard to tell how fresh they are from the rain. The rain hampered their efforts. It was throwing off the drone's heat sensing device. But in the end, you'll hear them talking about Cumberland Road, no indications from the dogs, no prints, nothing. Helicopters being grounded for weather. There's one warning of a mine shaft, and I'm like, oh no, are there mine shafts out there? So that's one thing where, heaven forbid, but if these two children really did wander off on their own, and you think about them potentially falling down a mine shaft, maybe not a lot of evidence would be there then, because people are thinking, pull-ups, if it's all full, and it'll start to disintegrate. You would see evidence of like Jack's little pull-up around the place. So the precipitation impacts the search. And we saw one time Daniel, getting interviewed in the rain. They're finding stuff that's hot or warm, that's moving, but it's probably just an animal, or it was those black figurines. They were getting excited when it's like, oh, there's 2 heat signatures by the road, or that turned out to be 2 oil drums. And the other 2 heat signatures by the water source, they were like, oh, maybe it's, small object. They're sitting there by the water. You can hear them getting their hopes up. And that turns into the 2 figurines of the black swans. So I'll let you listen to all of this coming up. We'll just pray for Jack and Lily continually. Deuteronomy 10:17. For the Lord your God is God of gods and Lord of lords, the great God, mighty and awesome, who shows no partiality and accepts no bribes. So I love that. God doesn't accept bribes. No one can pay him off to stay quiet, or, the truth hopefully will eventually come out. I pray we get answers soon. And Jesus, I pray it's not one of those cases like Summer Wells. Summer Wells, it's gone on for so long. Shady parents, I'm just going to say it, professing their innocence. And I just hate not having answers. I'm sure they hate not having answers, or the people who don't know what they don't know, not having answers. It's just heartbreaking. You just don't want someone to remain missing for so long. Anyway,
My goodness.
Oh, I was going to say, geez Louise, I can't take her anymore.
Yeah, she was working my damn nerve too.
Lord.
Jeez. In the Summer Wells case, she was spreading a lot of misinformation. Tragedy, pimping, Green Goddess, man, you'll see it all over. I can't believe the E's even jumped on this case.
Oh,
that's wild, ain't it?
I figured a lot of them were, would be because, as you mentioned earlier, seeing people's, numbers and views and stuff for this case is just wild to me.
Yep.
I mean, I looked at one earlier today, and they're like triple the amount of views as they were getting just a week ago on another case. It's like weird.
Yep.
Hey, Maggie, are you still there?
Yes.
So in that one video, I'm sure you heard them talking about a star that was found at the bridge. Do you know how far away that bridge is from their house?
No, but from the pictures of it, it's close, like it's within their property. And when they say bridge, it could just be a bridge over a brook. It could be really like a walking footpath bridge.
Oh, okay. So not like a big bridge that we consider.
No, like we have some brooks and rivers have little bridges over them. Like even ATV trails have like little tiny bridges, just enough for an ATV to get over.
Oh, okay. Now, do you know if have you heard of anyone around that family? Since the police have kind of scaled back, do you know if anyone within the family is going to be doing any searches or anything? Have you heard of any of that?
There's a few locals that have gone out there searching, not on the property but near to it. Someone was searching the falls, and someone was in Lorda Park searching, and there have been a fair number of locals going out and searching around, but nobody's found a thing. Nothing, not a single trace of anything.
Yeah.
And I gotta wonder if some of his friends have been out on the four-wheelers and stuff, going through trails looking around. But no one would really have the instinct to go slam that up on Facebook. Like, I'm searching the trail. I know there was one kid on TikTok, and he had searched the falls and was showing videos and stuff. He didn't find anything.
Now, I know the stepdad had said at the beginning, during one of his, I think it was one of his news interviews, that, he went out for a couple of hours or something the morning that they were reported missing. Do you know if that was mainly in those woods and the trenches and stuff looking?
Well, he probably would have done around his property line. Like, he would have done a circle all around his property line.
Oh, okay. Gosh, it's just so sad. Do you know what his brother was sitting on in that one interview? Was that some sort of ATV?
That's a four-wheeler.
Oh, okay. I couldn't see it very well. I just wish that there was some sort of, even just the smallest little sign. I don't know. It's just hard.
And see, people around here shy away from YouTubers, and I've followed some crazy cases on YouTube and then go to talk to people about it, and they're like, we don't know anything about this. We've never heard of it. I said, it's all over YouTube. They're like, we don't really watch it. But people around here, their first instinct isn't going to be to go say anything. I don't know, we're not a closed off people. We're not shy, but it's not our first instinct. Is we wait for police to give us updates.
Right. And see, and that's kind of where I am. I'm in a really, really small town, hence my YouTube name. And so people around here, it was last year, we had a local man, an elderly man that was missing, and nobody went on social media or anything looking for him or doing anything. They did get a search party together and stuff, and there was hundreds of us that went out looking for him, and thankfully he was found, down a hill, of his property, and was, got the care that he needed. But, so those small towns, I get what you're saying, they don't think to go on social media or YouTube or anything, to scream for help, or their, kids are missing or anything like that.
Yeah, and a lot of people around here are shocked. This has not happened here in years. Missing kids, 2 of them, it's completely unheard of around here.
Yeah, and here goes this goddamn evil exists. Just while we were on here, they made this fucking video, and it says unbelievable behavior from Lily and Jack's mother. pumping out more fucking information.
The mother of missing siblings Jack and Lily Sullivan has been acting shady. Then what I'm about to share with you is definitely going to make you question her behavior.
Oh, here we
Firstly,
go.
she raised a lot of eyebrows when she left the home her children went missing from and moved in with her mother. I see many are defending her actions, saying that maybe she did that on instruction from CPS or the police, so that she can get her baby back. However, how do we explain her other behavior? I don't believe police would tell the mother of missing children to not speak and advocate for the children publicly. Even if they did, would it stop a mother? A mother that genuinely wanted to find her children. I know it wouldn't stop me if my children were missing. Another huge problem for me is that her version of events was almost like she was reading a story about some random event. There was no real emotion, and her timeline doesn't add up to me. She also pushed the narrative from the beginning that the children were abducted. She tried her best to get everyone thinking that, even claiming that she wants an Amber Alert out there. If an Amber Alert was put out for the children, I think she would have felt like people may be convinced the children were taken, and that would take the attention off her and the stepfather. Just my opinion. The narrative was being pushed too hard to be believable. Something else that we noticed is that she is doing everything in her power to distance herself from Daniel, while he is the one putting himself out there, speaking to the media, and volunteering his devices or to do tests, to help the police push the case along. He didn't leave the house, he is there all the time. The mother recently activated her Facebook account for a short period of time. No, it was not to advocate for her missing children, or put out a post for people to keep their eyes and ears out there. It was actually to change her relationship status to single. As unbelievable as that sounds, I wish I was joking. She changed her relationship status, and even had the time to add herself some new Facebook friends. Here we see her friend count go from 91 to 95 friends. As she does all this, another day goes by with her two precious children, still missing. No sign of them,
She
and the
made
world
4 new
continues to
friends,
pray
and
and
that's
wait
super
for answers.
suspicious. That's weird.
What did you say?
Well, he said her friend count went from 91 to 95. Oh boy, she made 4 new friends. God forbid. And she might be using social media, just not publicly. Like, most people her age don't actually go on Facebook a whole lot. They have Snapchat and TikTok and...
Right. Yeah, all these other social media apps, yeah.
Yeah, like Instagram. I'd be checking Instagram a lot more than Facebook for someone her age.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think they went through her Instagram, which is where they found all those young pictures of her. Wasn't it?
When she
Or
could
was
be
that TikTok?
using, like, just be using Facebook Messenger, you know, to talk to locals or people in the area, and doesn't have to be doing it out in public on Facebook.
Right.
Right, and she's got to know she's under major scrutiny, so I imagine she's not going to just put some stuff up on Facebook. Like, she knows RCMP is obviously watching social media.
Right. They
It just
absolutely are.
amazes me how these people want to come out and throw their speculation and opinions out here, but you can't even use your real name or your real voice or whatever. Like, no.
Well, ladies, I got to get going and go pick up my littles, but I appreciate you guys hanging out. We've been on here about 4.5 hours, and thank you, Maggie. I appreciate you coming up and helping us fill things in and,
Thank you
helping
so much
combat
for
some of these
having me.
rumors. And I will try to, I'm going to try to get back on here later tonight anyways, so we can discuss some other stuff. But I just want to let you know that I do appreciate your time today. Thank you for giving us your time.
Thank you for having me. At least y'all aren't aggressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
No, I
Queen
mean,
usually holds open panels, Maggie, so feel free to come up anytime, to do.
or you or any other locals, if you have friends that want to pop up or whatever, that's fine too,
Certainly. Thank you so much.
You guys have a good day.
You as well.
All right, bye.
Bye, guys. Thank you. Bye, Amy. I appreciate you hanging out, love. You still up here? Miss Amy. Miss Amy. Oh, drive by. Thank you for hanging out, you guys. I really appreciate it. I got to get some stuff done and get the kiddos. So I will see you guys on the flip side. QB out. I will be back on later. QB out.